free. He bore your burden, he carried your shame. He called you out, come and be changed. Do you know him? Do you know his name? Do you know how it breaks every chain? Do you know his mercy, his truth? Do you know what he's done and what he'll do for you? He healed the broken, opened blinded eyes. He raised the dead, he still satisfies. No sin too heavy, no past too dark. He's knocking right now on your heart. Do you know him? Do you know his name? Do you know the power that breaks every chain? Do you know his mercy, his blood, and his truth? Do you know what he's done and what he'll do for you? He is the way, the truth, the life. He paid it all, the perfect price. Call on his name and you'll be saved. Forever loved, forever changed. Do you know him? Do you know his name? Do you know the power that breaks every chain? Do you know his mercy, his blood, and his truth? Do you know what he's done and what he'll do for you? Yeah. Do you know God? Call on his name. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. The Holy One, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know him, the man from Galilee? He walked the waters, set the captives free. He bore your burden, he carried your shame. He calls your name now, come and be changed. Do you know him? Do you know his name? Do you know how that breaks every chain? Do you know his? Good morning, everybody. Today is Wednesday. It's February 25th of 2026. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining today's live show today. And not just today's live show, but every single live show. I want to just thank each and every one of you that you open your hearts to us in this ministry every single day. You turn us on and you listen to what God has to say. And all of us here at JGMI, I just want to say again how much we love and appreciate and we pray for you. And we just are so thankful
to God that He's brought us all together for this time. And I don't know if I've thanked you guys enough, but I just want to thank you again this morning. You're just so important to us. I just wanted you guys to know that. Now, some of the encouraging scriptures I want to give to you this morning. And I think a lot of people need to know this. I want to read in Psalm 37 and verse 5 out of the CEV translation. A lot of people need to hear this right now and what they're going through. Psalm 37, verse 5. Sorry about that. I got it wrong hold on. Let me open it up. Psalm 37, verse 5. And I'm going to read it out of the ERV translation. Okay. Depend on the Lord, trust in Him, and He will help you. That's Psalm 37, verse 5 out of the ERV translation. Depend on God, trust in Him, and He will help you. A lot of people need to know that God will help them. A lot of situations may seem hopeless. They may seem like they're impossible. But if you depend on the Lord, you say, Lord, I give you this problem. I give you this situation in my life. I thank you that I trust you with it. I cast my care upon you because you care for me. But I thank you. I depend on you, Lord, and I will trust in you. And I thank you because of that, you're going to help me. I thank you you're going to help me out of every single thing that I'm facing right now. I praise you, and I thank you, Father God, for your help. And we know if God's on the scene, and if we know God's helping us, then we are guaranteed victory. We are guaranteed deliverance. Let's go to 1 Peter 5, verse 7 out of the CEV translation. God cares for you. So turn all your worries over to Him. All those things that you're worrying about, if it's your kids, if it's your finances, if it's all this crazy stuff that's going on around the world today, if it's something to do with your health, cast those cares upon Him because He cares for you. And casting those cares upon Him, knowing that He cares for you, knowing that He's going to help you, then you can remain at peace and rest. You can have joy. Even in the midst of it looks like great sorrow, you can have joy because the joy of the Lord is your strength. God has given it to you. He promises to help you. And again, God cares for you. So turn all your worries over to
no.
Him. Don't let the cares of this world bog you down, weigh you down, and defeat you. Because that's what they're aimed to do. Worries and cares of this world are aimed at you.
Get in the back. Back in the back.
To defeat you.
You might get something to go.
To have you so worried about all these different things, you're not listening to what God is saying. And all the promises of God. And what God's already done for you. You're worried about the situation in your life. But if you know God, you know the truth, that truth will set you free. So just know that God is here to help you. He is here to be there to deliver you and to give you victory. And of course, He's there to give you hope in your final outcome. So no matter what's discouraging you today.
Executive orders, day 1 under my governorship. No more mandatory car insurance. It's mandatory firearm. Just like George Washington wrote into law in 1790 of the first Congress. Why has that one been forgotten? Right to bear arms. I mean, bearing arms is a right, but a firearm is a requirement if you're an American, able-bodied man. Look it up. Nobody wants to talk about that one. We will also be executing with rapidity People who commit crimes against humanity. There's a few of them walking around. We don't have to have a Nuremberg trial to figure it out either. You've been spraying us with heavy metals from the sky. You've been poisoning our food. You've been injecting babies with poison. I'm killing you in my state. Whether you're a member of DARPA, Bill Gates, Anthony Fauci, or just your common, average, everyday doctor and nurse that injects and fucking poisons and mutates and mutilates babies for a living. And then the choppers, the baby choppers. Let's not forget about the illegal early organ harvesters and the people who kill their patients just to meet the hospital's budget. Because after all, nurses and doctors are just fucking people, right? You give somebody authority because they put on a lab coat. Abortion's going to be illegal by executive order day one. You kill a baby, you're getting killed later that day in public by hanging from your neck. We're going to ban fake vaccines day one. And by fake vaccines, I mean we're going to most likely halt all vaccines. See, Florida abolished the mandate, but I'm going to ban them. You will no longer be allowed to inject my citizens and their babies with poison. I'm going to execute you if you do. You're not going to be allowed to lobby for it either. I'll execute you if you do. You're going to be receiving a firing squad that day, or a noose around your neck, and you're going to die in public. Anyway, those are just some of my executive orders day one. I hope you agree with them. Ooh, where'd the sound go? Oh, somebody took my speaker away.
No matter what you're facing,
Okay, never mind.
You want to give up on it. There's so many people that are on the verge of giving up, and God is saying, these are the words that you wanted to hear from God. Don't quit. Because your breakthrough is right around the corner. The enemy is doing everything he can to put that pressure on you so you give up on God. When God is working on that victory, he's already promised it. Now you're just waiting for it to be seen and for you to be able to experience it. But you won't if you give up and quit. And it won't get easier because if you quit on your faith. A lot of people say faith is hard. It is. But it's easier knowing what your final outcome is, and that is victory. And that is why you should never give up. You should never quit. Because if you don't,
no more property tax. Day one, executive order.
win against.
No more spraying my fields with Roundup. Day one, executive order. No more spraying the wheat with glyphosate. If you do, you're going to fucking die by hanging from your neck in public, or you're going to be shot in public. That's a crime against humanity. You've been killing my insects with it too. And with your heavy metals from the sky. Your other chemicals from the sky, your sun blocking. You're going to die when you come to my state.
Every attack against you. Because that is how God designed it. He is our victory. We'll learn more about that probably on Friday. God's plan for you is victory.
I will personally also be doing some of the executions. Believe it.
All right.
I'll be a governor who puts his fucking money where his mouth is. Let me show you what the fuck my money is. It's not a fucking Chinese paper stamped at a private Jewish company.
I want to go prophetic word now. This is called the second one from February 20th. This is called the truth regarding 9/11. Again, I heard this on February 20th.
Oh yeah, anybody involved in taking down our towers? Keep in mind they were the World Trade Center towers, the World Trade Organization, also known as globalists, or descendants of the British East India Global Trading Company. Anybody I find out who was involved in that and happens to be in my state, I'm killing you personally that day. Live, in public, on national and worldwide television, and streaming on the internet. I'm done with you.
Of 2026. For I, the Lord, this day am telling you, my children, secrets.
I don't give a fuck if you claim to be Jewish. You're not, bitch. You're a Satanist and you've infiltrated every fucking religion. And I'm coming to kill you. I'm hunting you.
Are being exposed and excluded in 2026. The secret that have kept the establishment alive, secrets that have kept this nation under the control of the will all come out, and their time ruling over you will be over. Financial secrets, election secrets, mainstream media secrets, the dark secrets of the intelligence community, military secrets, dark secrets of the music and entertainment industry, secrets that have stayed hidden in the dark places where enemies never thought would be found. Their bunkers have been found. Their secret rooms in government buildings have been found. Underground cities and tunnels have been found. Their servers have been found. Everything.
Harrison Smith said you're walking around. You're walking around, the building you work at. You're in charge, and you're like, well, what's that door right there? And everybody's like, I don't know. Never been in there. And you figure out how to get it open, and you realize it's an entire office of people working and running covert operations behind your back.
It has given the establishment power in the darkness. My light will shine and destroy it all.
Christy Nome, DHS.
The truth of 9/11 revealed. The Bush family secrets exposed on why they wanted that war to break out and how it will come out in the open. Their ties to the oil and Saudi Arabia. The contracts that were signed, that were made at the time, senior and junior for president, will all come out. Again, I say the secret society that the Bushes have.
Shout out Jonathan Kiriakou.
Will all be open to the nation to see. Skull and bones will be annihilated for all the corruption they have in this nation.
Shout out Pat Buchanan.
And all that affect other nations around the world. The Bush family.
Shout out Ron Paul, George Washington, Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Jackson, John Adams, James Madison, James Monroe, John Hancock, Daniel Boone, Sam Houston, Frederick Funston, Lawrence Dumont, Jefferson Davis, Ulysses S. Grant, and Robert E. Lee. These are just some of my many heroes. And I'm hunting you, Satanists. I'm fucking hunting you.
Blood dripping from their hands. And I will expose every one of them, and judgment will be that family, and justice will be served. The truth will soon come out regarding the envelopes. And what the envelopes some politicians received on the day of Bush Sr.'s funeral. Those notes revealed that day was a day of their destruction. And was coming. It was better that they would all soon be charged for the crime committed. And none could stop it. And none would know when it would come or how. It brought back their honor. Many since that left out have already been and they're all living their lives. My your enemies have seen handwriting on the wall. And those days are coming to an end.
That's so funny now to think about some of these fully paid off professional actors that they want us to call them politicians and representatives and congressmen, all the bureau and agency members, whatever. They're all pissed off because they've already been to Guantanamo and they're probably fucking lucky to be back.
The deep state is about to be hit with more shocking or more exposures that cannot hide from. Their financial system established in the globalists have all benefited from collapse. You know something is about to happen to expose more of their honey holes and exposing the trillions of dollars owed to the American people.
Yeah.
That the government and these politicians all stole from you and now force them to give it back. It's still a nightmare for the establishment.
Oh.
And for military financial business, and their government.
You didn't eat that giant fucking piece already. Oh,
Had done during his years as the president the voluntary how all was a scam forced upon American taxpayers and they knew the damage it would do and how it affected finances and health. By not being able to keep your doctors, medical insurance would skyrocket and they knew medical bills would soar to unreal. Nancy Pelosi
same goes for if you inject anybody or if you inject old people or if you kill old people early. All you motherfuckers are dying in public when I'm governor. I'm not bluffing. I'm not falsifying. This is fuck you, bitch. You've been killing me. You've been poisoning me. You've been mutilating me, mutating me, sterilizing me. It's time I hunt and kill you.
fraud collapse the system in a day. My children and things and all the things that weren't. How you were lied to and stolen from repeatedly. Every deal Obama made, every deal that Bush made, every deal that Clinton's made, every deal that Biden's made, every president that has been against nation exposed, every dirty politician exposed, every dirty judge exposed, every high price of destruction to this nation. The president goes after them and reveals more of them and the and they will do anything to shut down. My children do not feel big is on the horizon. I was really surprised at and spent so long in prophetic that he gave us what he said in his letters. I remember the faces of these people. With Bush senior general, there were envelopes that were passed. And saying that was coming. And that they were never going to go.
That would be interesting to go rewatch the, I assume it was filmed, Bush Senior funeral and look at the faces of these letter recipients. It'd be an interesting one to break down, wouldn't it? Clip what Julie just said. She said it. She said it a couple of times now, but clip some of this out and pair it with that with your commentary.
Wow, it was awesome. Writing all that story about God wants before kids college working. I'm going to read for everything not be known. Whatever you have spoken and what you have whispered in all the secrets that they are all coming out. God was helpless and helpless. All my God, breaking their every single so don't give for these people everything
Share it.
a lot of heard what so they all have the same exact
It's just flavor.
part of their treatment.
Hey, don't fight over that. Nice!
I don't know.
Motherfuckers. I shouldn't have done it. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Is that it
Give it to me now. Where's it at?
Judgment was coming
give it to me now.
for them. And like King Belshazzar, let's look at Daniel 5.
If I pull that away,
And I'm going to read this out of the ER. King Belshazzar party for the king was fine with it.
Lost privilege.
As Belshazzar drinking wine, ordered his servants to bring the gold and silver cups. Now it's funny. Now, all is a gold silver. God says in Haggai 2, the gold and silver are mine. Now these.
All right. Well, my dogs just started to fight over some plastic that had cheese residue on it. Let me back this up to see what Julie was saying. I said, don't fight over it. Don't fight over it.
On the what it all has the same exact wording. I don't know. God specified about what he did say is that it was a warning letter. Now let's look at Daniel 5. And I'm going to read this out of the King Belshazzar gave a party for thousands. The king was drinking wine with him. As Belshazzar was drinking his wine, he ordered his servants to bring the gold and silver cups. Now it's funny. Now again, gold and silver. What do
Maybe I'll bring back beheading. But that involves a lot of cleanup. I don't know if we would use the blood for anything. That's cannibalism. So, but then again, they're using aborted fetal tissue for a lot of things, aren't they? They're putting dead babies in fake vaccines, and they're putting dead babies in pop. Did you know that part of Pepsi's flavoring is aborted fetal tissue, which kind of leads me to believe that's what Coca-Cola's using too. Why not? Why wouldn't they? They've always had a so-called secret flavoring formula with some ingredients. I guess they don't have to disclose that. You're not going to be using that in my state anymore, bitch. I'm coming to fuck these motherfuckers. I'm talking about these satanic affiliates. Any company that's a satanic affiliate, you're going to want to rethink your formulas when it comes to nourishing our people. You're going to want to very quickly, seriously, change your formula if you want to keep being around in my state. And yes, we have a PepsiCo manufacturing plant right here on the south side of Wichita. They fired me by violating my Second Amendment.
want to try to control it? Always want to try to suppress it. God says in that text, that we're not touched. But he ordered his servants to bring from the temple. King Belshazzar wanted slave women to drink from these cups. He was doing this out of spite.
Your Pepsi manufacturing plant's going to be seized by the state if you continue to put aborted fetal tissue in your formula. Your Pepsi manufacturing plant is going to be seized by the state under my governorship if you don't stop putting aborted fetal tissue in there. You don't need to be poisoning us anymore. And you don't need to be perpetuating baby slaughter. There's no need for dead baby parts. I'm here to kill any motherfucker that thinks there's a need for dead baby parts. And, well, no, you can think what you want. You can think whatever the fuck you want. That's actually also what I'm here for, is to expand the mind a little more, correct the mind a little more. They've put you inside of a fucking tiny commie box to be a traitor and a defiler of God's beautiful creations. No longer. Not in my fucking state.
Again, he was touched, and he did. Let's go to the next verse. So he brought the gold that had taken from the temple of God, and the king of the business as they gave praise to the statues, gold, iron, wood, and stone. So in other words, God. Drinking, drinking out of these cups that they had no business touching. and they are God. Next verse 5. Think about all the things people have done to mock God. Suddenly, a person appeared and began to scratch the plaster on the wall. Near the lampstand in the king's palace. The king was watching the hand. Verse 6. King Belshazzar was afraid. His face became white from fear, and his knees were shaking and knocking together. He could not see because his legs were too. Again, this reminds me of what I saw faces and opened up that letter and they saw what was and Belshazzar was. And he didn't even know what those even meant yet. But he saw and out of nowhere on that wall and appeared to him not even what the king called to the magic and the Chaldeans. He said to these wise men, I will give you anyone who can explain to me. I'll give him a purple robe to wear and make him the third highest. Again, so all the kings and wise men came in, but not read the handwriting, or could not read the writing, understand what it meant.
It kind of reminds you of the what's that book that has don't do it. Don't start your whining. Don't start jumping around. The Voynich manuscript. It's loaded with plants and writing, but nobody's ever seen any of the plants before, and nobody knows what language it is written in. So some say it's a hoax book, and some say it's a lost language, or a different land, plants from a land that hasn't been explored. By the way, what's the continent-sized no-fly zone in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? We just might find out when I'm governor. I might be clued in on a lot more stuff when I'm governor. We do have McConnell Air Force Base here, which my grandfather delivered coffee to during World War II from our family's company, Gillenwater Coffee and Supply. Yes. Well, my other grandfather was in the Air Force. So anyway, yeah, this Daniel, the 5, 7, and 8 kind of reminds you of the Voynich manuscript. Oh, or is it from a culture that was purposely wiped out by Satanists? What do you think about the Voynich manuscript?
Verse 9. King Belshazzar officials were into the and said, King, may you live forever. Don't be afraid. Don't let your face white. In other words, he was basically having a panic attack. But mother was trying to calm him down. Verse 11. Of course, it didn't work. But then she said, there is a man in your kingdom who is gods in. Look at it. She was saying there was some. And your father, this man understands secrets. He told that he was very smart and very wise. Like the God things. Your grandfather, Nebuchadnezzar, man in charge of put this man in charge of he ruled over all the magic and the Chaldeans. Verse Next verse. Verse 12. The man I was talking about is named Daniel. The king gave him. He is very smart. He knows many things, and he could interpret, explain secrets, and find the very card. Daniel, he will let you tell you the writing on the wall. So Daniel asked, "Is your name Daniel? What is my father king brought here from Judah?" Verse 14. I have heard of the God that they will understand secrets and are smart and very wise. The wise of magic were brought to me to read writing on the wall. I wanted them to explain to me what it means, but they did not explain it. Verse 16. I were able to explain and find the answer. If you can read the writing on the wall, explain to me what it means. This is what I will do for you. I will give you a purple robe to wear, a chain around your neck. Then you become third highest in the kingdom. Right? He was out of
Nine strong Powerball. Powerball has a dirty secret they never want you to find out. There's a pattern.
Remember, then they handled Joseph, the Pharaoh, in Egypt, because he had kept having dreams and he was in such fear with these dreams. And God gave Joseph the interpretation of the dreams. God was giving the interpretation of the handwriting on the wall. Verse 17. Then king, keep your gifts for yourself, them to someone else. But I will still handwriting on the wall for you and explain what it means. King God, I made your grandfather, King Nebuchadnezzar, a great and powerful king.
Was there a typo before that? I mean, this is an iteration of an iteration of an iteration. I mean, of a translation of an interpretation of somebody's fucking foreign enemy invading subversion. I have a hunch. But anyway, why did it throw in there? The king named him Belshazzar. No, that was the king's name. Why do you say his name's Daniel, and then all of a sudden you throw in there the king named him Belshazzar? That was like a complete literary error. No, literally just a typo, like a basic a data entry mistake. Like the sentence got accidentally put in there or something. Like, what? All right.
So, and king telling King Nebuchadnezzar did not get it.
Thinking that made me miss this whole thing here. So hold on.
With the Pharaoh in Egypt, because he had kept having dreams and he was such fear. And then God gave Joseph the interpretation, just like God was giving Daniel the interpretation of the handwriting on the wall.
Writing on the wall.
Verse 17. Then but I will still read the handwriting on the wall. King God, my grandfather, King Nebuchadnezzar, and so King King Belshazzar. Nebuchadnezzar did not get it by his own authority. Verse 19. People of Nebuchadnezzar because God made him a powerful king. Nebuchadnezzar
he said you can keep the wealth because God Most High gave it to your dad.
let them peace and live. If he wanted to make people poor, to bring them down, he brought them down. But Nebuchadnezzar was proud and so he was taken off his throne and stripped of Then Nebuchadnezzar was forced to find the king like the animal. He lived with the wild donkeys and ate like grass like an ox. He became wet. These things happened to him until he learned the lesson. He learned that God loves him and gives them to whoever he wants. This is what these people right now that we're dealing with, all these politicians, all these leaders, all these politicians are going to know that God gives nations to whoever he wants, when he wants. It's not their choice. It's not their Verse 1, but Belshazzar was not made yourself humble. Verse 23. No, you did not. Well, instead you have turned against the temple, then you and your wives and your slaves women drink wine from the cup. You say that praise to God is the iron stone. They are not gods, they cannot see or but you give honor to God in everything. So the interpretation was warning them. You become so prideful and arrogant. He was warning them. Something bad is going to happen. Next verse. So God said to him, the writing on the wall. These are the words that were written on many, many temple This is what it means. The word many, God is time and day until your kingdom land. Temple on the kingdom is being taken from you. It's divided in the first verse 29. Then Belshazzar and no king was in front of
Mene, mene, tekel, upharsin. I wonder where there's two mines. God has counted the days until your kingdom will end. I feel like that's happened to me before, you know. I had a 1944 steel penny in mint condition, worth over $1 million, and just vanished. My mom graduated to heaven. I had the pleasure and honor of taking care of her while she was on oxygen. But then my apartment burned down. Like I had some candles going, walked the dogs one night, came back, and everything was on fire. Um, luckily, we didn't. Luckily, we weren't out on the walk for very long. But and then the apartment complex authorized the cleanup crew to steal all my stuff. They stole all my stuff. Uh, they said it all went into the landfill, but you know it didn't. And my buddy, who's also been in a fire, admitted when they do those cleanups, it's like a free for all. So all I did was trying to think what I did. I guess I just wasn't trying to live well enough. I guess I was selfish in some ways. I wonder why my kingdom's been taken from me. And then you learn that you're actually under a genocide and a depopulation agenda, sterilization, mutation, defiling my ancestors' DNA with fake air, fake food, fake shots. I was like, oh, well, shit, maybe I'm not the one making all the mistakes. Maybe I'm actually being attacked by Satanists as well. So I'm here to fight back, bitch. Vote for me. In fact, write my name in on the ticket for governor of Kansas. And if you're in another state, write my name in for governor of any state that you happen to be in. We're going to make sure we start holding these Satanists accountable. When I actually start winning popular votes, or the very first time I win a popular vote, we're taking that capital, even if, quote unquote, they deem us unfit. Not gonna fly, bitch. We're taking that fucking capital. When I properly earn the popular vote. Fuck your fake electoral college, piece of shit, bitch. Fuck it all the way around. I don't know. Sometimes they coincide. Let's just hope, for everybody's sake, the electoral vote lines up with the popular vote. I'm not electing somebody to elect somebody. You stupid bitch. That means I didn't elect them.
A gold chain was put around his neck. That very same night, Belshazzar was killed. In front of the king, Darius was about. So before Belshazzar was killed,
Was that back in the days when we lived hundreds of years? It seems like our lifespans just keep decreasing and decreasing. The Sumerian rulers supposedly lived tens of thousands of years. 1 or 2, maybe even 100,000 years.
Taken over by someone else.
No, it was like 600. 3 months and 17 days. Something like that. When God told him to start building the ark. How old was Noah when God told him to start building the ark?
And that is what God. I did not get to watch because I was so I say that late night. So I looked a little bit what he said, and that's crazy. And but some of the things he said, but there was so much good that came out of it. I got to read a couple of things that he said. And
Exposed a lot of illegal aliens and their offspring in our Congress and Senate. expose a lot of foreign enemy invaders and their sympathizers.
Saying it. But I love what you said about insider.
Tell me how correct I am or how complete I am in my description, where I say there's really 4 groups. We have a fake 2-party system. It's a uniparty. They're all paid off. They're all fully paid off professional actors because there's only 1 representative per million of us, which is totally unconstitutional. It's supposed to be 1 for every 30,000. That means we're supposed to have 6,600 representatives, which couldn't all be paid off. One company would have a hard time buying off 6,600 people, but 435 people, they could do that. 485, whatever it is, they can pay that. Oh, but it's it's also called a false left-right paradigm. It's a psyop. And somebody said earlier on the Alex Jones show that, and I think even he is, the deception is many layers. Oh, deception. Yeah, that's the word Mossad uses. Israel's CIA, if you will. And so it has nothing, Israel and Mossad have nothing to do with American Jewish people. But this guy said the Jews run the left and the right narratives. And that's stretching it a little bit. That's a smokescreen blanket he's laying on there for them. Because even among the Jewish, there's lefties and righties, right? There's people who believe that they're, they want to collect welfare all day and not work. And then there's other ones who want to own many businesses. So there's people on the left and people on the right. So I guess there is that 5th group of people. There's that 5th group of people that just wants to suck off the state. But I don't know. So there's the employees, there's the employers. Hey, please. There's people that work, and then there's the business owners. Then there's American freedom-loving patriots, and then there's foreign enemy invaders and their offspring and sympathizers. Those are the 4 main groups we have. And those foreign enemy invaders and their offspring and sympathizers are most likely also the ones that want to suck off the state. So if you're, if you're a hardworking employee, you don't want to suck off the state. If you're a business owner, you don't want to suck off the state unless you're exploiting every tax loophole or whatever. If you're a freedom-loving American patriot, you don't want to suck off the state. But if you're a foreign enemy invader, their offspring or their sympathizers, you want to suck off the state. So yeah, I think there's really only 4 groups of 4 types of people in America or in any of our states, which any of our states can be great again. Write my name in on your ticket for your state.
Stand up. I'm surprised
for governor.
People stand up because they're all.
We'll take that fucking Capitol when we win our popular vote. We're not going to let somebody who elected somebody else, or we're not going to let somebody who was elected by somebody who was elected by somebody stop us. We'll just leave it at that. If you feel what the fuck I'm saying and shit, my pussy, faggot, dyke, tranny, spick, kike, sand nigger, chink bitch, honky cracker, nigger, globalist, gook, vampire, wetback, agency, bureau, committee, commission, think tank, specialist, expert. Do you feel what the fuck I'm saying and shit?
is exposed to the handwriting is on the day, no matter them, they can't intimidate a president. Just like they're anointed to do without fear. And our president has no fear. Even when they try to kill him.
Let's just say Rumble and YouTube aren't going to pay me while I'm on this campaign trail. Donate to my Cash App, JamesLeeGillenwater. GILLENWATER.
Just a matter of time before. Just like Nebuchadnezzar was taken away from his kingdom, he was crazy and he was ill for 7 years. And then he came back to himself and it was done.
Ooh, got it back.
Not going to do that. Some people may repent, some people have not, and they're God is warning people, and now it's time for judgment. Let's go to Job.
Been living in my car for a couple years. Donate if you can.
5, 12, 16 out of the email translation.
Off and on, I had an apartment and a motel in between. So,
He brings it to an end their evil plans. Daylight noon they will have to feel like
I'm wondering why we slave away for a foreign product. To pay pedophiles who don't actually represent us. I'm not telling everybody to quit their job, but getting fired and not getting hired after applying and interviewing. It's no skin off my nose. It's no sweat off my back. Be away from your family to slave inside somebody else's four walls for Chinese paper printed at a private Jewish company, just so you can give 80 to 90% of it away in mandatory purchases. The only mandatory purchase you're supposed to have is a gun. That's what George Washington made law in 1790. Where the fuck has it gone? And we only have representation of one professionally fully paid off actor per million of us. I'm so fucking sick of the situation. Write my name in on the ticket for governor. Specifically of Kansas, but if you're not a Kansan, write my name in your state as well.
Washington.
I just laid out to you why we're going to take that fucking Capitol when we win the popular vote.
Washington, not 30 Washington. God, he's going to obviously catch them. It says, they'll trap them, bring their enemies, and stop it.
I love Tennessee. Tim Burchett's already helped ban geoengineering or chemtrails. I love Florida. Joseph Ladapo has helped to do away with mandatory vaccines. They're not vaccines, they're poison shots. And I will be hanging you or shooting you until you're dead in my state If I catch you doing that, if I catch you pushing poison into people, if I catch you penetrating people with poison, I will be hanging you or shooting you. Hopefully that very day.
Like with but it was white.
If you're as done as I am, please consider donating and writing my name in.
People in the ocean. Then that type of darkness they are feeling. Because they're the ones under that.
If you have something in you they've been trying to kill, but they just can't, donate and write my name in.
Smart people, a lot of people in the world, let's go to back to the prophetic word. There's no one to make a plan. There's no one to plan that is so no matter what plans they have, God is against it. And there's nothing they can do to stop it. Just like there was nothing Belshazzar could have done. He begged, he pleaded, he cried, but it didn't matter. His end was written in stone. The end was coming. Because
that's why I believe it's up to us to implement down here on earth what God wants us to do. I'm tired of the mass baby murder. To say the least of it. Gosh, I don't want to sound like a broken record. I want to bring up these various crimes against humanity we're all under.
not. And so, no one make a plan. Against it. No matter how smart these people are, they will not outsmart God. And God is against the plan. He's against our financial system. He's against the trafficking system. He is against the global. He's against the new world. He is great reset. And though he's against them, not successful. All right, let's go back over. Exposed and the nation under the control of the globalists will all come out and try to reveal dark secrets of dark secrets and secrets that stayed hidden in the dark This is something I thought was very interesting too. Because
I've been thinking about Rockefeller Records. Is that associated with like David Rockefeller and the Trilateral Commission that Epstein was heading in place of the Rothschild? So at Rockefeller Records, they eat babies too? Just a kind of question I was having. I can't wait to spring on these Satanists. And get each one of them, whether they expect it or not. Most likely when they least expect it. They can finally stop their worrying once we grab them and arrest them and execute them. They they will finally be able to stop worrying about when it's going to happen.
I keep talking about things they're doing, things they're doing on the radar. We talked about their bunkers have been found, their secret rooms, underground cities, and tunnels have been found. A lot of people don't realize there's underground cities, there's tunnels in a lot of major cities. They don't realize there's something underneath.
Rounding up baby eaters is not Nazi. Rounding up baby eaters is not commie. Fuck with me.
And a lot of underground, how they transport a lot of these children too. They do evil things underground, and God is going to expose it. The rumors have been found. Everything that has been given the establishment's power in darkness by light shine destroy it all. So God's saying, and we don't.
Trump must have the wrong friends. He says he doesn't want to bring out the whole Epstein list because it'll embarrass his friends. It'll embarrass his friends? Embarrass? No, you don't get embarrassed when you're exposed for fucking and killing and eating children. You get executed. You don't get embarrassed. You get executed. I'm hunting your quote unquote friends, President Trump. I'm hunting and killing them starting fucking yesterday.
The one server has definitely been found, and but there has to be more.
I trust you only said that so they don't off you too soon or at all, so the deep state doesn't kill another one of our heroes. So I see why you put it that way. Yes, keep playing the game better than they do, and stay alive, and let's get them.
And God, you know, God said it's been cut off. Why? Because it's been hacked. Because God's people found it and they know what's on it, how they're communicating, and they know what they're up to. The truth on 9/11 is revealed. The Bush family secrets exposed on why they wanted to break out and how they would benefit from it will all come out in the open. Now, it wasn't just President Bush's idea for 9/11. He helped with 9/11, but it was a deep state that and multiple prophecies. The Israelis wanted 9/11 because they wanted a war. They had hidden.
And the likely kid fucker baby eater murderer was reading to kindergartners or some shit when he got the news. Yeah, right. Coffin laying shit faggot. Did you get chosen? Did you get chosen by the entity? Did any of the evil spirits you laid in a fucking feces semen coffin for invade your body, dumbass? You fucking skull and bones mean nothing. You good for nothing. You worthless. You sack of shit. You flaming bag of dog shit somebody stepped on their porch. George W. Bush.
Things that went out. That's the reason why. Like, complete demolition of that. And then crumbling down. It was a controlled demolition. Those planes did not make those buildings fall. They did not make those buildings fall. It was obvious because how could they perfectly fell into themselves when one of the planes hit like the middle of the trade center, another one hit like the top. So they had two different spots that fall exactly the same way. President Trump, I think, said the day of 9/11, but he said those buildings were made to withstand a plane.
Yeah, they were specifically made that way, just like the the most iconic building that I've been to the 80-something floor of, and rolled a cigarette and smoked it up there, and the security guard busted me. The Empire State Building also has an exoskeleton, right? Particularly made to withstand external impact. Well, anyway, yeah, the firefighters got to the burning levels of the trade centers, and they said, yeah, it's pretty raging, but we can handle it. And then they started controlled demolition on them. Can you hardly stomach that? The firefighters made it up there and said, yes, we got this. Join me in killing these Satanists. Write my name in on the ticket for governor of Kansas.
And it didn't make sense. So they had something out. What profit for? And God's been talking about that. The ties of the
A former CIA operative from Afghanistan. So let's go to war with Iraq.
We're going to find that out here. The contracts that were signed and during the time of both president will all come out in the open. And it's a society that have time to be out nation to see. It's going to be enough for all the nation.
But
Now, every one of them, family, there's a lot of people are going to find out a part.
If you wanted to make shit hit the fan in the Bush family, you just pick him up and bounce his face off the ceiling fan a little bit. You just pick up George Bush and bam, 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 bam. He just gets slapped repeatedly with the ceiling fan. That's shit hitting the fan in the Bush family.
The bill and those are the
Why? What are you doing? You just woke up. Wake up like that? Why'd you wake up like that? Well, stay right there. This is.
I think it was talking about Gorbachev, and he was talking about the but again, that because people would send the book and on to their
Oh, they're the ones that gave us this Bible. I say we all study the Old Testament, and like a lot more of it. I mean, like that. I know there's more of it that they're not telling us, and any of what you want to call the New Testament. We all need to be studying all of it, I guess, but we can't too heavily rely on what's called the Schofield Bible, which is most versions that we all have access to, given to us by a globalist, a traitor to this great grand nation, and more of a trader of the world, so not really giving a fuck about any one nation. So, yeah, I'd like to have a real Bible, not a Schofield Bible, someday. if anybody's on board with that, and we can throw a good one together for the state, I'll definitely work with you. Write my name in on the ticket for governor of Kansas. James Lee Gillenwater.
Because people are catching on to it. They were making this back in, like I said, he was what, back in the 90s? Or no, back in the senior what? No, 90s.
Imagine we have a little bit of everything in Kansas. We are in the heart of the matter.
Senior was, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think this clip was 92. And he was, yeah, okay. So Bush, and so you have to think about all these different things that were happening when he was president, and president, and president, and then Obama was president.
Why would we elect shit-covered, demon-invaded faggots be our president, man? Why don't we have very many patriots in the country? Or why don't they get elected? Why do the foreign enemy invaders, their offspring and their sympathizers, have the assassins? Why are they the ones with the money to assassinate us? To invade our fucking country and just assassinate the fuck out of us. And then the ones they don't immediately kill, they retard, mutilate, mutate, sterilize, and poison. When are we going to fuck back? When are we going to kill back? As freedom-loving patriots of this great grand nation.
Junior, George W. Bush, when President Trump was siding with Obama. Right. It's like a party. It is not something separate. Just because he has a Republican bias, it does not mean that's Republican. And that was hard for me because I voted for him. And I thought he was a good Christian man. And so God was that.
Why are they the ones with the assassins? Because this nation was, and this Constitution was made for a moral people only. So we don't go around killing the commies and shit. We don't off the traitors in our government as soon as we find them. We don't hunt and kill every member of the hit teams that take out our heroes. We don't acknowledge that investigations are essentially fake because we have satellites that record us all the time. They can play for you everything you did yesterday from space. They can show you a zoomed in aerial view of everything you did yesterday. Investigations are fake, folks. Why the fuck doesn't anybody talk about it?
People will come out regarding
A lot more shit than you realized before is fake, huh? I mean, everybody knows history's written by the victors, so when traitors allow when traitors allow global traders to invade and destroy us and our country, we know we have fake history. We also know we have fake news. It's all propped up and mockingbirded by the CIA and shit. We have fake food. That's food-like substances with army tank lubricant in them. That's seed oils. seed oils. So we're literally ingesting the enemy's military artillery. Fake water, fluoride, atrazine, other fertilizer runoff. Fake education. Our public schools have been taken over by cultural Marxism, where everything is taught through the lens of the oppressors versus the oppressed, as though our beautiful nation wasn't founded by peaceful Christians, some of which were merely forced into warring with Native Americans. And then it was, everybody knows now, slavery was ending anyway. And it was the British East India Company that was allowed to invade our great grand nation. Most likely actually physically seize our capital, take our capital, and then take the northern states from there. And then psyop us into a civil war. So that we strongest, hardest fighting, freedom loving patriots killed each other. And all the commies get, all the globalists got to survive. And now we're nearly outnumbered. It's only been 100 years since, well, not even 100 years since the Civil War, but, oh wait, my bad. Not even 200 years. That's what I was thinking. So it's been, but it's been about 200 years since the traitors were led in by the traitors. The world traitors were led in by the nation's traitors. After George Washington tariffed them. After George Washington had the balls to be the first man to tariff them. They weren't too happy about that one. They'll seize your entire fucking country if it takes them 200 years if you fucking slap a tariff on them. Can you believe that shit? We gotta tariff the fuck out of them now, huh? Now that you know, all this fuckery we're under is because they didn't like that Washington tariffed them to protect our beautiful manufacturers in the colonies.
It was a warning letter that was all, and no one stopped it. And no one then it oh. So again, they want so you're gonna stop it. Never it's just gonna happen. But they that letter had already it had been done. Even though like they're living their lives. That's why God keeps saying things are not how they appear. So it looks like people are living lives. He's saying things happen in Guantanamo that people don't know about. We're gonna find out a lot of people think in Guantanamo, even though it looks like I know it sounds crazy. A lot of things happen under the radar when people know it. So my children and those coming to an end. The two things about with more guns, money from Epstein is nothing compared to what they have. There are so much more built on Epstein. Everybody, if I gave out every person name, if I said they're financial.
She said the stock market's up. The Dow is up. Do you realize how many more investors we'll have? How many more people will believe in America when we finally round up and publicly execute the cannibal pedophiles, the murderous cannibal pedophile poisoners? The morale and the economy are going to fucking skyrocket. I guarantee it. They're going to fucking skyrocket.
Enemies know they thought they were so.
The murderous poisoner cannibal pedophiles. The more of those we execute, the higher the stock market rises. Guaranteed. Somebody want to bet me?
By having all implemented, because why? Because
you know how happy everybody will be? How, I mean, I'm still not trying to be away from my family inside of somebody else's four walls just to make a Chinese paper stamped at a private Jewish company and give it all away in unconstitutional mandatory purchases. But I will feel a lot better as soon as we start doing that. But of course, we have to change those other things as well.
from
I'll be away from my family part of the day in somebody else's four walls if I don't have to give all my money away. If I don't have to pay to operate my own property, I might actually be enthused about doing that. But you can't hit us with the quadruple, quintuple fucking whammy anymore, bitch. You're done.
they're both part of the same party. But when Trump he took them all not either one of the party picks. And they couldn't control it. They couldn't block him. They couldn't stop him from exposing them. They tried multiple different times. It's not working. But God is saying they stole trillions of dollars. Jones is still a nightmare for the establishment. Soon, but
Long before I pay back that 60 grand for a fucking incomplete education from which I've received little benefit out here in fake society. And knowing that that school also conducts and participates in Satanism and promotes Satanism and baby chopping, I just might never ever pay that back. You just might never receive the 60,000. Wichita State University or U.S. government, you just may never receive that 60,000 from me. No, I didn't take advantage of Biden's loan for. Other people did. They took advantage of that little loan forgiveness period. They snuck in and got their debt absolved, but It's a fake debt, bitch. I didn't get anything out of it. It's a fake debt, bitch.
Obama was using military money to spend on ISIS, Hamas, and other terrorist groups. There was
I racked up $60,000 in student loans for just a couple years of university, a couple years of part-time university, after I already had an associate's degree. So I got paid to get the associate's degree. I got the associate's degree with Pell Grants. Grants, you don't have to pay them back. But then I just do a little bit of college, or I mean a little bit of university. It, rack up this ginormous debt, and then they fucking kick me out. They don't even let me finish the schooling. They fucking kick me out. I dropped one class. I dropped a class, and they told me I had to pay that money back, and they kicked me out. So I don't think they did it right. They never gave me the opportunity to finish my education. I never received any job or any benefit, other than a little information that I probably could have learned on the internet, right? Anything from a university you can actually get from the internet or from YouTube right now. And so, yeah, it's a phony $60,000 debt. It'll never be paid back to them, ever.
lot of things Obama did to cause destruction in the Middle East. He gave them money. He armed them with weapons. He gave them our military intel. He wanted them.
And that school is not, WSU is not getting the $700 for the class either. The U.S. government's not getting the $60,000, and WSU is not getting the $700. Neither is their collection agency.
And obviously, they gave them here in the country. They bring them over here. There's sleeper cells that are here that some people know about.
You come looking for my property, expect to die in a shootout.
Our government gave them.
You come looking for that 60,000, expect to die in a shootout.
And that happened. And why? Because they figured out what Obama and and what happened in Benghazi.
Same goes for that fat cartel bitch that thought I owed him money.
There's no way. And they had him murdered. Eric Holder was also everyone was involved.
Or any of his little faggots that he has to have tag along because he doesn't like to be alone.
So about 9/11, we had whole entire and I ran.
You ever see a fat spick with a sidekick? Question that motherfucker.
Right after 9/11, I don't have to be exposed. So many times. Everything now scam forced on the American and how it by not being there are people right now that are fighting insurance companies. firefighter. I think it was I don't think it was from New Jersey. And he had lung cancer, probably because of the firefighter. And there's a certain treatment that he needs that will not cover.
Guarantee there's a better treatment. I guarantee if he went on a carnivore diet and took methylene blue, methylene red, and X2 iodine tincture, he would fucking improve tremendously without any chemo or radiation. I'm so sick of fake medicine. Healing and curing were banned, outlawed in 1900. Healing hotel operators were no longer allowed to call themselves medical men. Ulysses S. Grant used to stay in healing hotels. Then they invented hospitals and only allowed treatment. They invented this thing called treatment. No, we had healing and curing long before that. Your body actually heals, right? You just have to facilitate it. So, and then the disease is cured. So, I will ban treatment. I will ban known fake medical treatments that only cause side effects and disease. Day one by executive order in my state. If you're a doctor or a nurse caught only treating people and not actually targeting the root issues to heal and cure the patient, you're going to be executed. Well, you're going to be imprisoned. If you lead to somebody's death or to somebody's sterility, you'll be executed. Yeah, because you're essentially killing all of their ancestors and all of their future children, grandchildren, great grandchildren, so yeah, you'll be executed for sterilizing people against their will.
Think about the people that he has.
I mean, some guy wants to go in there and he wants to get his nuts clipped. Sure, he's the one that just killed all of his ancestors. But I'm here to give you a new take on how important your life is. It's very important when you see that. It's always very important. But that's not how these Satanists feel, is it? Well, guess who's going to get a dose of their own treatment, their own medicine? We might actually heal and cure them in our own special way. That's right. I'm going to heal and cure my state by executing Satanists left and right, up and down, in front of you, behind you. This is going to be fucking hanging. Murderous poisoner, cannibal pedophiles. They're just going to be hanging and shot everywhere. And when we identify certain individuals known to be illegal organ harvesters, there will be bounties put out on them. There will be bounties put out on doctors, nurses that are known to be mass murderers and killers of their patients. And that way, some of us freedom-loving patriots can finally have a fucking job.
I think if you have insurance, no matter what you need for a procedure, it's covered. And we're not covering it. So, in other words, basically giving us a death sentence. Because it's going to cost millions of dollars for this procedure. I don't know how that's a procedure out there. Something else. They don't care. They're causing cancer. They don't care about making it better. That's the reason why, again, it's like yesterday. I know people side effects. And that's
You think they'd focus on boosting your immunity so that your natural killer cells, the ones that target cancer cells continuously and annihilate them on a daily basis, actually have the ability to take out a tumor as well. You know they know how to do that since they've patented cures for it and are hiding them from us.
Don't have to have
And they created the cancer. They invented it with their food-like substances and fake air, fake water, and fake vaccines.
They don't have to have a lot that we are forced to have. They don't abide by the same rules. There was that there's like $50 million will do the work. There's tax money. There's IRS tax money.
Well, the the truth is you actually don't have to pay taxes to the federal government. Yes, I'm saying that. Because when you have the money to afford the lawyers to prove it, it gets proven. It's just that nobody wants to share the information. Nobody wants to tell you what that key information those lawyers know is. And one of them I heard is the states were all supposed to jump on board with the Fed collecting their citizens' taxes. And they actually didn't. Not all the states even jumped on board with it. Do you know that? Your state is supposed to allow the federal government to take your money. And not all of them actually do. But for some reason, most of us are under the impression that, and I don't know which states really, it probably depends on who's running them at the time, or we need to look at our state's constitution or something. There was at least an error there was a big time error in the process of the states jumping on board with it. But they don't want to tell us what that specific information is. But I know if you have the money to hire the lawyers, you do not have to pay federal taxes. And everybody knows anytime you can't afford a lawyer, can't afford, bail money, whatever it is, bond money. Yeah, you get thrown in jail. Anytime you don't have money, you can get thrown in jail. And that's going to come to an end under my governorship. You cannot get thrown in jail just because you're poor. And at the end of the day, and at the beginning of each one of these processes that results in somebody going to jail, it's often just because they're poor, that they're being targeted, and they might technically be breaking some little bullshit law because they couldn't afford to fix their headlight or they couldn't afford car insurance that month. And now they're being targeted and having their constitution stripped from them and their families' lives threatened just because they didn't have enough money to put themselves in slavery that month, or to make a mandatory purchase, or to abide by some little made-up traffic law. We're going to stop targeting poor people. People that are really of humble means just trying to get by. We're going to stop penalizing them because somebody else wants them to buy something. You see what I'm saying? It's going to change. Don't you dare sit back and tell me, well, that's the way it is. It's because we let it. That's why it is. It's only because we're allowing it. Well, not anymore, folks. Not anymore.
same thing. They're going to roll time. Coach Chris, why
Would you rather have a representative or a fully paid off professional actor? Who can't possibly represent you because there's only one per every million. How does one fully paid off professional actor represent a million Americans? They don't. They just don't. Write my name in for governor of Kansas. Good things are on the horizon.
Oh, but feel right now that we see there are things that are real. It looks like they are, but they're not.
One fully paid off professional actor represents a million people. Oh, we got some shit to change. Oh, we got some shit to change. By executive order, I will declare that we now have one representative for every 30,000 Americans. And of course, it has to go through the legislature. And if our legislature and judicial system keep failing us, because again, the legislature and the judicial system are primarily made up of fully paid off professional actors, in terms of lobbyists, swaying them to work for them, companies paying them to work for them instead of us, foreign countries paying them to work for them instead of us. We're gonna start executing them too. When it's fully known there's a corrupt fucking judge that's leading to the detriment of innocent American families, that judge will be executed under my governorship. If there's a corrupt sheriff, a sheriff's deputy that just spends all day picking on American patriots and causing a chain reaction of detrimental events in their life that leads to the deaths of any of their family members, that sheriff's deputy will be executed.
Obama made every former president, every will pay a high price. The woman
I'm energized.
their control. So stay praying, stay praying, because something God is telling us something will happen, but we should not be afraid of it. Let's pray that God pass all, and no matter what, you can have peace and joy in the midst of all that chaos. So every person, and I want to proclaim that no one will prosper. I thank Father God that they are protected by. I thank you for blood and greater because of Jesus Christ. And I thank you for every single person that they know you are their help. That they know they can pass all that they that they despair. That is free. So you're having that those are stopping. Not and you said, Jesus said. So, so something wrong. God is wrong. And that out of cancer in your God now just a so
I'm healing right now in Jesus' name.
there are some of you God had healing. Spells. And you understand exactly what's going on. And
Right.
now it's
In Jesus' mighty name.
so there's okay. There's more than one. There are people that are women who have a lot of sin, who are having problems with sin. You're having a lot of pain with sin. They're causing a lot of sin. You're getting really discouraged with them. And God is saying you are free from that thing right now. It is as though they right now as I speak. Put your hand over your abdomen and receive your healing from that. And somebody with just test done and cancer, and God is saying, claim it and do it. Somebody out of it, you have you're seeing in your right eye, your vision. God is no matter if you pray that by Jesus Christ healed and see no matter what see it by faith in Heavenly Father, our Father, thank you for his strength. Him from those who are trying to harm him. Such a time as this, it falls on us for the hands of the wicked. We thank you that blood.
Amen.
Anything National 4620 Downport, Iowa 5287. You can go to our website at international.org for our contact page. We love you. Or go to our website and we want to hear from you. And God surprises people and he promises to deliver them. And yes, I'm going to make this announcement for everybody. Of course, it's so also resunsfred.com. That's encourage
Good. Nick Fuentes' show is over. I'll have to wonder if I missed anything.
There's one simple ear trick that anyone can use to be calm tinnitus in just minutes a day.
Different Zoom results. On the left, your phone is doing that fake digital zoom. It just makes
Blackout. Oh, are you kidding me? All I did was tap the microphone on the keyboard to try to do a little voice to text. But then I was like, oh, wait. I'm audio live streaming. So now I have to reset Rumble Studio and my Bluetooth speaker in the correct order, which is you turn on the studio and then turn on the speaker. It doesn't matter which one of them you turn off first. But there goes the speaker. Here goes the studio. And that's how, now we'll turn back on the speaker. That's how you stream and live stream on the same device. Now, if I'm going to comment into the Alex Jones Rumble chat, I will type. I'm going to type in here, you need to be watching Julie Green.
They're like, if you don't agree with everything Trump does, then you are, you're a Qatari. They are trying to get us to eat whatever Trump says. They know. You hear Kiriaki earlier about the chairman of the Iran and Pete Vance, under pressure now. He's kind of going along with it. The point is, they're scared of the staying. They want us to get pissed because it's not perfect and take our ball and go home. So no, the carbon taxes just got shut down. So whoever runs, they control everything.
Harrison, I am so excited to talk to you. I want to plug the Irish sea moss was a big game changer for me. I have
Yeah, the Satanists have hijacked Judaism. Now they're posing as real Jews. No, there's a bunch of fake ones running around.
Stop. But the sea moss is a thyroid issue. And the sea moss has that iodine for thyroid. Yeah, I don't eat caffeine. Like it's amazing, but I'm trying to be quick.
Nobody has any reason to hate on Jewish people, but we do have a lot of reason to hate murderers and burglars and robbers and burners and usurpers and destroyers of family homes and like we need to kill the Israeli motherfuckers that are displacing the Christians in the West Bank. You know, killing, beating up, robbing the very first Christians. The people right there where when Jesus was born and lived a lot of his life, his followers, his original followers, like the first Christians, they're right there in Palestine, the West Bank. They descend from them. And we're just allowing these fake Jewish people these satanic Israelis. Have you ever seen the footage of them hitting old ladies in the face with sticks, beating them again while they are on the ground? And then they burn their fields, break their animals' legs, and steal their home. And then Mike Huckabee says they have the right to do it. No, Mike, I'll kill you and the Israelis to protect the Christians there. I will kill Mike Huckabee and the Israeli settlers of the West Bank to protect the Christians who live there. I will do it if I have the opportunity. But I don't see it. I don't see me, having even being over there ever. And Mike, yeah, I think his family is kind of from the next state over or something, but maybe 2 states over. But I mean, Mike's just trying not to get killed, right? He's traumatized, but he's under Stockholm syndrome right now. He needs to have some sense slapped back into him. So, if I may please be granted the opportunity to slap Mike Huckabee in the face and then execute the Israelis. If I may please hang them from their necks until they're dead, the Israeli settlers of the West Bank, or kill them in firing squad. Please let me know. Please let me know if I have that opportunity.
I love this and find put together. And they really well.
Quit your job, Mike Huckabee. You're an old man. If they kill you, you'll be known as a patriot. If you continue down this road, you're a cucked pussy traitor, Mike Huckabee. And it would be an honor for me to kill you in the current state you're in your current bullshit fuckery that you're submerged in. We don't need Americans like that, Mike Huckabee. Now, if you are in on the plan to fool them, because they do have us blackmailed in some ways and are holding us hostage, not me, but you, our president, everybody running the stock market, CEOs, politicians, actors, directors. If you are simply going along with it and only seeming like a traitor of not only our great grand nation, but our Christian faith, if you're merely acting like a traitor so that we can kill them, then I'm right there with you. But we need to be killing these murderous fucking pigs, dog. They're committing crimes against humanity. I'm not scared of speaking how I feel anymore.
I have all my other stuff that I was taking, and
God did not give Israel rights to that land there. Hitler and the Rothschilds did. Oh fuck! That means we can kill them back. That means we can kill them back. These Satanists that are killing to expand. God gave the land to Abraham, who was the founder of essentially Judaism, Christianity, and Islam through his sons. So no, God didn't just give the land to Jews. And those are fucking Satanists posing as Jews, a lot of them anyway. There are a lot of real Jews there. Of course the Hitler and the Rothschilds brought some real Jews over. But I know they want to kill the fakers in their country too. They know that a lot of their leaders are actually Satanists and baby eaters. I bet. Oh, you think they're just here? You think Epstein just got a few Americans to participate in it? I don't fucking think so. That guy was worldwide, right? Anyway, we know that. I mean, we could probably rest assured that some motherfuckers in the Israeli government are doing the same shit, right? Especially since he was mainly a Mossad operative, but he was also a CIA operative and an MI6 operative and a Rothschild operative. But the Satanists are everywhere, folks. It's time we shoot and hang these fucks. They staged fake anti-Semitic attacks, like a 7-hour stand down that caused veterans from the interior to drive to the border to defend their country because the military wouldn't lift a finger. They also stage attacks on us, so we're overcome by grieving and mourning while they operate behind our backs, stealing our freedoms and our vitality, sterilizing us, poisoning us, dumbing us down, lowering our IQs, lowering our immune systems, demoralizing us, making us believe in some of the wildest, most crazy fucking shit that's just made up by a fucking pervert.
Good, right? Absolutely. Yeah. I would is all the pictures.
Some people we're going to execute pedophiles in Kansas by executive order. And if the legislature doesn't vote on it, then they will be known as pedophile protectors, and we just might fucking execute them too. If they don't pass it, we will be executing, we will be hanging pedophiles. We're going to do a lot of fucking executions when I'm governor. Son of a bitch, we're going to do a lot of fucking executions. I'm sick of this fucking shit. The Satanists have to be done away with so we can save life. Consider yourself saving 100 lives or even 10,000 for every Satanist that we hang. For every Satanist that we kill, it's actually a plus 99 lives saved. It's one lost, but 99 saved, and they're only saved because because the evil was eliminated. So, yeah, I'm gonna be a big inspiration.
Well, I'm credited.
And maybe I'll just keep living in Fantasyland, but hopefully inspire others. So no, my dreams will become a reality, but maybe somebody else does it. I mean, hopefully I can encourage them. But I'd like to be that guy. Why can't I be the fucking governor of the state I lived in for 38 years that I was born in, that my ancestors were fucking born in? Why the fuck can't I be the governor of the state? I defy somebody to think they have more passion for this state than I do. Why doesn't somebody get into a fucking cage with me and prove they like this state more than I do? Or at least meet me on an arm wrestling table. I am a 5-time state champion after all. I am the best featherweight arm wrestler in the state, maybe even the nation. I'm one of the best arm wrestlers at my weight in the world. In the world, folks. I don't brag about this often enough, but I am one of the best arm wrestlers in the world at 150 something pounds. Now, problem is, you show up to the tournament and you got guys that are cutting 15 pounds of water weight. And so you face them on the table and they're, they're actually up a weight class. You know what I mean? But walking around naturally at this weight, I am one of the best in the world, and I'm willing to prove it anytime. I need to prove it as often as possible, actually. I need to get back into doing more arm wrestling. But as soon as I found out, not just, my country was being ripped out from under me, like you always hear said once in a while, you start learning all of the reasons why that is true. And what's more is that you are currently under a genocide. And then you're like, whoa, I got to stop arm wrestling. I got to save the fucking world. I got to save my fucking people. And by my people, I mean Americans and humans. But there is something deeper that does awaken and enrage inside of me when I hear the racist stuff that whites need to be done away with, and that Google is trying to hide the information that whites have gone from 30% of the world's population to 6, maybe 8. And that has given me a newfound unlimited endurance and strength in the fight against Satanists. It's given me an unlimited fight. It sealed it. The fight was already unlimited. It's given me a pissed off while I do it. How about that fucking shit I'm coming for you with?
Trump, and I bounced about it, and I'm like, I didn't think how I did. And so I moved back home, and my husband, and I feel like that event for me was because of listening to the future. He's fine. What they're going to do.
I'm not supposed to. I'm not a doctor. It's not a medical claim, but people experience this. I've heard it from my friends where they're like, I'm not supposed to be tired all the time. I apparently just was lacking iodine. And it's like, you don't know if you're going to feel more energetic, if you're going to sleep better, if you're not going to have chills anymore. It's like people sort of go around thinking that's the way their body is, but it's like, no, you're missing a component. You're missing a vitamin.
Roy Wood Jr. acting like he can be pissed off because somebody is 1.5% former slave owner. What an idiot. 3% former slave owner. 1.5% former slave owner. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's right. You're not your last name. You're 2 different last names because your mom has a maiden name. And then each one of them have 2 parents. So you're at that point, you're 6 different last names. Unless, no, actually, yeah, that's still the case. You're 6 different last names. Even though you have the name that your father had, whose father had, whose father had, and so on and so on, that's still just one branch that goes up the tree. It still takes 2 people to fuck and have a baby. So unless these commit incest, the mom never has the same last name until they get married. And so you're actually as many names as you are people that you come from. You're as many different names as people that you come from. And so if you go back 16 generations, if you go back 14 generations, you are 16,000 different last names. Somebody dare to make a correction on that. If you go back 14 generations, you are made up of 16,000 different last names and individuals. Or does it go that if your last name has been preserved over 14 generations, then that cuts the 16,000 down a bit? Not much. By how much would be my question. Not a lot. Maybe 1,000. Somebody helped delve into that with me. That's an emerging field in my mind that I don't hear many other people talk about. Once in a while, you'll see a video, a breakdown of, well, you have 2 parents and you have 4 grandparents and therefore 8 great-grandparents and 16 great-great-grandparents. So, and that's funny because that's when you ask the question, well, have you ever heard anything about your great-great-grandfather? Well, what about the other 7 guys? People don't even know they have 16 great-great-grandparents. People don't even realize they have 8 great-grandparents. Like, that's a total mind fuck. It's completely out of the realm of comprehension. Like, what? No, you have 32 great-great-great-grandparents and 64 great-great-great-great-grandparents. And then as you progress, notice how it doubles each time. You have 128 5x great-grandparents, right? Or do you subtract your parents and grandparents because you don't call them great-grandparents. So you always minus 6 and you don't count yourself. But you minus 6 from the total. Simple as that. So when you get to 14 generations, 14x great-grandparents, 14 generations would be 12x great-grandparents. You have 16,000 ancestors that are specifically required to mate and in order to create you. Wild, huh? You're not just your last name. Far from it. It's so important that you're here. Your birth was so unlikely. Think of the life that each one of your ancestors had. How glad you are that they were able to mate before they died. That they weren't sterilized by or killed by a globalist. A traitor led in by a traitor. How amazingly unlikely is your birth? Compound that with half a chance of being chopped up inside the womb, a full chance of being shot up with poison if you make it out of the womb, and then a full life of eating fake food, poison food, poison air, poison water, your whole life, and receiving a fake education and being taught fake history, looking at a fake map. Most likely, there's definitely parts of the map that are fake. At least parts of the map that are fake. I don't know if you ever thought about that one before, but what is the continent-sized perfect circle, no-fly zone, smack dab, almost in the Pacific Ocean, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, basically, but a little bit below between Hawaii and Japan, is a continent-sized no-fly zone. Every commercial airliner does a perfect circle around it. I mean, not every airliner does the whole circle, but if they're going to cross that area, they have to do a partial circle around it. Always. What's up with that? What's in there? I'm not accepting Google's answer of, they call it an ocean desert because it's so far away from resources. Oh, shit. You got me fucked up. You can't fly over a spot because there's no resources. Where are you going to land anywhere else in the ocean? You can't just drop into the ocean with a 747 in any other spot than that either. So what are you talking about, bullshitter?
Store.com. Like whatever the future may hold, InfoWars always the fight.
But what I was saying makes me think of that Monty Python song that Alex featured the other day. It goes a little something like this.
Sure. Come here if you want to then. Don't be scared. All right. I'll tell you what. Now, listen to this. Whenever life gets you down, ground, and things are all tough, and people are obnoxious, and feel like you have quite enough. That you stand on a planet that's evolving at 900 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 90 miles a second, so it's reckoned a sun that is the source of all our power. The sun that you and me and all the stars that we can see are moving at 1,000,000 miles a day in an outer spiral arm at 40,000 miles an hour. Oh, the galaxy is called the Milky Way. I guess you could have the sun's penis and Madonna's breast and the Muslims could take over. A little call to prayer. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 16,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. We're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in this amazing and expanding universe. They made those cats themselves on national TV. Canada was all about being a mother and a goddess. The same thing. Oh, give birth, kill yourself. Same thing. Expanding and expanding in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go. The speed of light, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small,
Now, to correct the mistakes in that song, here I go, Neil, the 155-pound white Neil deGrasse Tyson, actual American patriot, not deceiver. well, anyway, according to him, the Earth is actually spinning or rotating at 400 or 500 miles an hour. 450 just doesn't roll off the tongue well. So, for some reason, I thought it was 400 miles. Maybe it's 500. Well, anyway, he says the Earth or the planet is revolving at 900 miles an hour. It's actually rotating at 500 miles an hour, and because revolving is the same thing as orbiting. Rotate. A lot of people get confused between rotation and revolution, rotating and revolving. Rotating is spinning, and revolving is going around something. So he had a little redundancy there, and had the number inaccurate. But maybe 900 was what we thought back then. But pretty sure this is a bit of an older movie. More recently, Neil deGrasse Tyson has come out and said, if the Earth suddenly stopped spinning, we would all be flung to the east at 500 miles an hour. So that's what's going on there. So when he says revolving at 900 miles an hour, it's actually rotating at 500 miles an hour. So just replace that with that. And I think those are the only two mistakes, and it happens right there at the beginning. But there's you can add more details to it actually. It takes us 20,000 years to bob up and down for our whole solar system to go up and down once, right there at the end of that spiral arm. That's when you get the Nibiru, Nemesis getting closer or whatever at one of the points. But yeah, let's hear it again.
Sure. Come here if you want to. I'd be scared. All right. I'll tell you what. Listen to this. Now, Dated at 500 miles an hour. So it's reckoned a sun that is the source of all our power. The sun and all the stars you can see are moving at a million miles a day. In an outer spiral of an hour. All right, I said, Milky Way. Liberal. I guess you could have your son's penis. And my daughter's breast. And the Muslim could take out that a little call to prayer. Stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 60,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. We're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of billions of billions in the main and expanding universe.
a beam of light just split into a grid, and now wave bulges are coming out of it, and I think it's going to end up turning into the shape of a woman, a pregnant woman, after this beam of another beam of light goes into her vagina, and her belly gets bigger. She was already kind of thick to start with, interestingly, but and then that's when Joan started saying this here in a second.
Canada was all about being a mother and a goddess. Oh, you birth yourself. Same thing.
Sounds like he's describing some communist subversion, ideological warfare, active measures, things that demoralize you and destroy your nation. If you're a mother, it's like killing yourself because then you don't get to live your life anymore. Yeah, no. The point of being a woman is to have a baby. The point of being a man is to knock up a woman. You just need to break the communist subversion you've been taught all your life. The fake fucking education given to you by the enemy. Coming from a school and our current education is inspired and almost completely comes from the Frankfurt School in Germany, which, I don't know all the things they did, but it wasn't too good. And then the Satanist comes in.
Yeah.
That's an organ harvester that comes to your house. they want your organs so bad they'll come right to your house for it. I have a bunch of pretty cool saved videos just for when I can't afford a phone service. I just paid for a month of phone service, but I made sure I wasn't empty-handed any time. I haven't had phone service for almost a month, and it's been just fine because I've had videos like this to keep me company. Check this out.
Let's go to this compilation 2025. What a year! What an insane year! Let's look at some of the more iconic imagery of 2025. Let's watch.
Mandarin, I suppose it never occurred to you that while we're standing here so enjoyably, the decision is being made by the President and the Joint Chiefs in the War Room Pentagon. Will they realize no possibility of recalling the only one course of action? Total commitment. Mandarin, you recall what Thomas Owens said about war? He said war was too important to be left to the general. When he said that 50 years ago, he might have been right. Today, war is too important to be left to politicians. They have neither the time, training, or the inclination for such
That was President Trump just outside of Marine One, his helicopter, saying, "They don't know what the fuck they're doing." Did you get that? Talking about whoever the fuck's running Ukraine and Putin. Why haven't they executed that nigger that stabbed Arena on the train? Why haven't they executed that filthy, nasty, dirty nigger? Can anybody answer me that? That's what he proved himself to be. How come he hasn't been executed yet?
About power, real power, with real guts and real growth. It's hurting and attacking like American just go away. Please continue, and we'll continue to find out. You've only begun to fight. And like a boa constrictor, we're wrapped around them, and they think they got us, we got them. And we're just squeeze and squeeze. And we get stronger, and you get weaker. So you just believe your little MSNBC bubble. You just stay in your little bubble. Just wear your little virtual reality goggles. Live in your little fantasy land all you want. But while you're doing that, we are moving. And we've just begun to move. And if you think you're in trouble now, you haven't even begun to run in to the next wave. It's scared.
I'd beat the shit out of James Comey, George Soros, John Brennan, and the current dumbass John Ratcliffe, all at the same time. Put me in the ring with all four of those fucks at the same time, and I'm mopping all of them. Yeah, I'll save Soros for last. He'll probably just fall over. You know what I mean? But he needs a little something, something.
Stop it.
The arms deal budget creamer, Ratcliffe. He had that orgasm at the fucking conference table when more funding for the Ukraine war got approved. He got that O face. Man, like, what's that about? Like, Was he just glad that Lockheed Martin and Raytheon weren't going to off him that week, or does he get a giant cut of it? Does he get an extra baby that night? Did he get promised children, unlimited access to babies and children if he gets that budget approved? What was it? Why was he orgasmic about more war and more killing and genociding of 3 million white people? Why did he come?
Our purity.
Why did he come from that?
Attack from it. That's just simple how we are, how strong we are. Our purity.
Classic Satanist, right? Just a regular old classic Satanist. Which isn't just an enduring label you give to somebody. No, it means he's for the sacrificing of children, and he needs to be hung by his neck until he's dead. And I will be the one to do it. If he steps foot into my state while I'm governor. Mike Huckabee, I really feel like he's being held hostage, but he's a little too gung ho about it, you know. So that's even more than Stockholm syndrome. Actually, he's not just a hostage anymore. Kind of like the girls that Epstein convinced to bring more girls to him. And they kept bringing him girls and bringing him girls. That's no longer an innocent victim hostage. Mike Huckabee is damn near a Satanist, actually, at this point. Yeah, Mike Huckabee is for the killing of Christians in the West Bank of Israel, of Palestine, rather. And that means Mike Huckabee is a Satanist, and he might just need to be executed. Sorry, Cuck he be. Fuck her harder, son. Made Mike tuck his D. Exposed him for the cuck he be.
All right. I can Infowars Studio as we bring in 2026 forward to what lies ahead. Compilation. I started a great promo we were playing quite a bit editing until 2 months ago. So I must have watched it, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I wanted to start off with that clip from Dr. Strangelove because it just keeps going through my mind. That monologue is Dallas. That drone show. Drone show's taken over. It was fantastic today driving into the studio, driving down the highway through Austin, Texas, and fireworks going off all around. Fireworks and drone show. Look at that. It's nice knowing fireworks are strictly against the law. Nobody gives a damn. That's the energy we're taking in 2026. Oh, it's illegal to light off fireworks. Well, guess what? compilation that famous from Dr. Strangelove. The story.
I was next to somebody who lit fireworks a couple of years ago. They shook the earth. The artillery shells were so powerful. It was, it's almost like it was an earthquake or something. It was deafening. It was so loud it was silent, if you know what I mean. Type of thing. Crazy. I mean, he just brought it. He did it right there in his driveway, or maybe in the street. But I don't even know. I don't even think he took that in the street. I don't know. It might have been a few artillery canisters mounted onto a pallet, and he lit the pallet or whatever. I don't know.
An entire squad
Somehow lit each canister on the pallet.
Russia. Hard because I've started to stop it. Where we're to achieve course of action available. And that's what the Trump administration is failing.
When you realize that we're being falsely represented, one for every million of us, by fully paid off professional actors, any patriot or any regular person that goes into office would do a better job for the people. Any educated patriot would do a better job. It's time we compete, folks. I'm a 5-time state champion. I plan to be the governor, executing pedophiles and cannibals and rapists and murderers and Mexican cartel members. Not illegal aliens. I'm not saying I'm executing illegal aliens. I'm saying even if you're a citizen, but you happen to be a cartel terrorist drug dealer, that means you're killing Americans, and that means you're going to be killed. Maybe even by my hands. When was the last time we saw the governor himself or herself execute somebody? I'm not talking about commie deep state, foreign enemy invader offspring Abigail Spamberger. I'm talking about when was the last time a fucking patriot executed a criminal? Clearly. When was the last time a freedom-loving American Christian patriot killed in public appropriately a cannibal pedophile murderous poisoner, murderous poison pusher? When was the last time a freedom-loving American Christian patriot killed in public appropriately a poison-pushing cannibal pedophile? When's the next time it's going to happen?
So far,
Write my name in on the ticket for governor of Kansas, JamesLeeGillenwater. I plan on personally, by my own hands, executing poison-pushing cannibal pedophiles. Poison-pushing cannibal pedophiles, you might only be 1/3 of that or 2/3 of that. Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I mean, 2 out of 3 is bad. 1 out of 3 is bad. I'm gonna hang you. I'm gonna put the fucking rope around your neck. And I might hoist you up from it or drop the platform out from underneath you. We don't even have to spend that much money on gallows. Then again, we can also bring back gallows companies. That's a new industry. It's an old industry actually. It's back now. It's back. When I'm governor, you can put in a bid for the contract of gallows building. That's the whole wooden deck thing. You step up and get the rope put around your neck on. Hangman steps to the side. Floor's dropped out from underneath you. The poison-pushing cannibal pedophile. Or 1 or 2 of the 3. Same process. Look out to bid for that contract. You damn sure better not let the fucking commies do it to us. I mean, the Satanists. I mean, the poison-pushing cannibal pedophiles. You better not let them do it to us. If they regain power, or if holdovers, if some of their holdovers try to get me, I'm not going down without a fight. You can believe that.
We're at the point total commitment, total destruction. Democrats recognize that. Democrats are power. Why don't tired? Or that's the color Trump, or not, or if Trump blood,
See, they just want to kill us more. They just want to keep killing us. And I say it's time we kill back. That's all I'm advocating for, is that we finally fuck back, which means we actually have babies as freedom-loving Christian American patriots. But we also fuck the Satanists in our own special way. So we fuck back and we kill back. I could just say fuck back. It's time to fuck back. You've been fucking us, and now we need to do a lot of fucking to actually build our population back up of freedom-loving American Christian patriots. It's time to fuck back.
not so. Lots of
Crush them because they hallucinate. That's pretty funny. No, crush them because they've sterilized you. Crush them because they make you breathe heavy metals, and they encourage you to consume army tank lubricant. And because they're fucking and eating babies.
Watch your life, man. Stars, how they play. Hidden away from our view. Together. On the spiral Milky Way galaxy. No one knows when it started, but it's sure been a while. I pay taxes to pedophile. Control the mind. We've lost ours now, and we're sure in a bind. It don't mind. Keep on the grind. Basically what we're doing. We're pedophile protectors at this point. So we gotta ask ourselves. Stop it. Stop. I want to go to Fort Alex last night. He doesn't take day off. He's always working, always spreading out there for a couple of days, try to get. Like today is his birthday, however. About a month. Anyway, if you're a repo man or woman, see, I'm not sexist, and you lead to the death of somebody's family, to a death in somebody's family because they're unable to provide for that person, since you took their means of earning a living, you will be executed in my state. Repo men will be executed in my state. That is satanic. Especially if you take the car of a homeless person or a guy that lives in his car and with his 3 dogs, like me. That's satanic. If you steal somebody's home just so you can have a slightly larger paycheck, if you take their home, their ability to work, and their ability to provide for their family, that's satanic, and you will be executed under my governorship. Note to all you repo men out there, you will be killed illegally by the state if you don't assess the situation of the car you're trying to take properly, you will be executed. Epstein file. And if somebody kills you,
to get you to stop stealing their car because they need it to provide for their family, they will receive a light sentence.
Uh, $1. So why are you accepting child trafficking files? All right, here's that report. Respect like so that there is
And the word knife is not in your name, dumbass.
all time concern and focus by the American people on that
That's
scheme.
some funny shit.
It's now become a national and global crisis. But the White House continues to run a gaslight. We're about to break it down right now.
Homeboy's name managing the repo company is Ivan Big Knife. Good way to get shot. Thanks for warning me. Oh, shit.
So the press secretary says that the White House and the administration want to move on from that. Well, number one, that's not what the polls show. It's an all-time record.
I asked the repo guy that was actively trying to take my car while I was in it. And you just have to outweigh them, by the way. They can't take your car while you're in it. You just outweigh them because when you both get trespassed from whatever property you own, he has to drop you in order to leave. If you're both trespassed, he has to drop you. So that's how that works, just in case you didn't know. Spread the word, please. Save cars, save families, save homes. Fuck repo, man. Fuck them. I flat out told him, I said, yeah, my other buddy who does this, who repos, got shot before. I said, he told me he got shot. He said, well, I've never been shot. I've been shot at. Well, consider yourself lucky, dude. You looked like the straight fucking Antichrist while you were trying to take my shit from me. While you were trying to sentence this freedom-loving Christian patriot to death. While you were trying to sentence him and his dogs to death. You looked like the Antichrist. I'd fucking kill you so quickly to save my family, dude. You know that, right?
Interest. It's been a giant story for a decade. Since he killed himself, it's been one of the top stories. And now it is the charts, ladies and gentlemen. And people are searching in association with it. What's crazy is I've said for 18 years, first bro, and wanted me, got him arrested. Epstein told Michael Wolff that he had Trump writing all those books against him. But no, he never saw the girls or got the massages, that he hated Trump and that he knew Trump had been the one that dropped a dime. So why is Trump saying we want Trump?
He was trying to intimidate me. That's all they can do. If they can't literally just steal your car, legally steal your car from you, because it's a civil matter. If you go get a speedy cash loan, it's not a repossession anyway. They've never possessed it. They never possessed it. It's not a repossession. I allowed you to put a lien on my title, so I could get a loan, but it turns out you're a predatory lender, and you have unconstitutionally high interest rates. You have antichrist interest rates. You actually have interest rates that violate my religion. And so that's just how it turned out. So yeah, all you have to do is outweight the repo man. Just if you're in the car, that's your car. Can't drive off. All they can do is intimidate. If if they can. I just started praying. I literally grabbed my rosary beads or whatever and started praying right in front of him. Just kept to myself and prayed. Asked the Lord to please save us. And I called the cops on his ass. I called the cops on the repo man because he picked up my car while I was in it. He picked it up and strapped it in while I was in it, which I'm sure was illegal, but maybe not. Maybe it's not illegal until he tries to haul me away. But that was holding me. If I choose not to get out of the vehicle, then he was attempting to unlawfully arrest me. He was right on that line. He knows exactly where the line is, because guess what happened? He had to call his boss and drop me. Repo man had to call his boss and get permission to let me go. That's so fucking hilariously funny, isn't it? Better than getting killed, isn't it, buddy?
Because it embarrassed a bunch of mainly Democrats, but also Howard Lutnick and Trump. It'll kill the economy.
Second time, he couldn't repo my shit. The first time, I straight up drove over the curb and drove away from his ass, and he tried following me, and I just ditched him. You know what I mean? I kind of ran a red light and sped, but I didn't know all the rights of the situation. Actually, I thought he could get the cops and force remove me from the vehicle, which is what one fucking pussy rookie seemingly tried to do until his veteran fellow officer showed up and said, "Hey, just know we're not the ones making you leave your vehicle." I said, "Really?" I instantly hopped back in and said, I told the guy, I said, "Jesus wants you to get it next time, buddy." And by that, I meant there's not going to be a next time. And by that, I mean there won't be a good next time for you to steal my home and by means of providing for my family. And again, if repo men lead to deaths in families, they will be executed in my state. Thank you.
The horrible stuff in there ever comes out. And it's coming out. Every part of it, but now by extension, made himself part of it. Here's the deal. We're going to expose that. We're going to expose people involved. But the corporate media, the influencers, are only focusing on
if you side with satanic antichrist repo men displacing families, you might get the fuck out of my state. I'm laughing as bigger than Howard Lutnick over here, thinking he's getting away with the Epstein shit. That's hilarious.
I think, but money laundering, trafficking, and with top Democrats.
You might want to evaluate what a Christian is, motherfucker.
For 18 years has been handler. No one.
If you side with repo men who ruin lives just so they can get a slightly larger paycheck, you might want to reevaluate your Christianity and try to develop a better relationship with God and all of his beautiful creations.
It's not getting any of the country. So go after everybody, but don't let the Democrat leadership sit there and focus only on the Trump connection, which is there, but still deserve to be covered. Anybody saying, "Hey, don't look at all this other certified hardcore insane stuff," get Trump and the cover-up involved in the main cover-up of the real crimes. The Justice Department is 100% covered. The Justice Department 100% cannot be trusted. And what do you expect from Todd Blanche, Democrat Party leader? And that stops with Trump. He's the one that put him in there. And he's the one. And so at the end of the day, Trump has something really sad. Because Trump has done.
We're going to stop neutering and spaying animals. No more sex change operations on pets. No more commie, or rather satanic psychological warfare. Oh, chop their dick and balls off, or chop their balls off and they'll live longer. No, actually, you will stunt their development. You'll lower their testosterone, weaken their bones, lower their body weight, lower their muscle mass, and lower their immune system and energy level. And most likely give them phantom shadow ball itches and stuff. How about you go get fucked? How about you stop lying to my country and hang from a fucking rope, bitch?
So much good on the fronts, getting us out of the carbon tax, securing the border, getting $20 trillion economy around by 45%, finding half the 500,000 kids. And like RFK Jr. going after the poison shots and pulling fluoride out and the dyes and the chemicals. I mean, it's paradoxically so wonderful over here. And then Trump is going infrastructure just like he did with the COVID shots. It's really sad. So I'll fight the evil. No, as the numbers show, Mark Mitchell, America hasn't moved on. In fact, America is more concerned than ever. This is a major litmus test, and we're not going to be gaslit anymore, and we're not going to sleep. So Trump thinks we're going to move on.
Their argument for the longer life if you give your pet a sex change operation. Just think about that for a second. Hold on, let me stop that. Your pet will live longer if you give them a sex change operation. No, they won't. But what they say is, oh well, he won't go out there looking for pussy, looking to fuck, and get run over by a car. That's their thing. He won't get hit by a car while he's, looking to fulfill the only thing he was born for. He wasn't born to get his nuts chopped off and live in your fucking house, stupid bitch. He was born to go out and fuck once in a while. Why don't you let him do it? Oh, because we're going to lead to overpopulation? Well, you know what? I think we can manage it. I just know there's got to be a better way to manage it, We don't need to kill them. We don't need to give them sex change operations. We actually just need to take care of them better. But where do we go from here? Well, I say a real think tank is somebody who is a group that gets together to promote and implement the success and the, basically of God's beautiful creations. I'm sure we can figure something out. I can't come up with all the answers by myself on the spot, but I have a few handfuls of changes. I do have at least a couple of handfuls of changes I would like to start implementing day one of my governorship by executive order. Write my name in on the ticket, please. James Lee-Gillenwater.
We're not. President Trump.
If you're not a Kansan, write my name in on the ticket in your state. What happens if I actually win the popular vote in more than one state? Well, then I'll choose which one. Or will I be the first guy to govern two states? That's almost like getting into having two presidents. Because then you're actually talking about the American people voted for the person. You're actually getting into the realm of the only person that all of America voted for. So I don't know if we want to have multiple presidents but I think it'd be okay to have a couple of multi-state governors. Wait, you mean we can get rid of a shitty governor and have a good governor in 2 states? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I'll govern Kansas and Tennessee at the same time. Say I can't.
You can destroy the country, destroy the West.
They're not even connected. But Tennessee's banned chemtrails. I love that.
And really destroy the world. This is causing a societal crisis. The public's uninformed but on the Epstein case, they're...
I can't believe somebody would still call that a hoax or a conspiracy theory. Which, when you learn about the history of that term, it's simply to discredit people who are onto the truth of something that's attempting to be hidden from us. So that's all that means. When you're on the truth of the hidden, the label conspiracy theorist gets slapped on you. Conspiracy theorists don't just make stuff up. Nobody wants to sit around and make stuff up all day. You don't get rich and famous by only making stuff up. You don't get popular. Millions and millions of people don't love you because all you do is make shit up. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of fucking stupid people out there. There's a lot of fucking man-made retards from the cocktail. We're being hit with a cocktail, admitted in the Epstein emails. The stunts are development.
They're getting more and more with minute. But the Democrats are directing all of it and making it all about you. And you have created that vacuum, you've created a climate to allow that.
And that this call, it's exactly what President Trump said from the beginning. And I'm sure many that alleged FBI report, wow, that's crap that we've been trying to put this president. So, Reagan.
Yesterday, to read unredacted files. We spent and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files still redacted. There were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ did for no reason. When Congressman Massey and
At this point, I'm going to just refer to Israelis as sand niggers too. Israelis in the government and Mossad and Shin Bet and the IDF. Well, some of those are just citizens that are doing their forced military service, but a lot of them are just fucking sand niggers. Like the towelheads, camel jockeys, spook gooks, chink stinks, and dune coons that surround them, you know? That's all fucking, a lot of Israelis are. They're just fucking sand niggers.
assault on the lies of the order. It's Alex Jones.
Fucking dude, you killed my hero, sand nigger. You're gonna get out of my country and stop assassinating my heroes, sand niggers. Whether you're from fucking Israel or Saudi Arabia, the sand niggers need to get the fuck out of my country. I'm tired of Islamic extremists, which are actually Satanists, and these fucking Jewish extremists, which are actually Satanists. Yeah. I've already seen people in your country call you fake Jews. Yes. I've seen some Israelis get called fake Jews by other Israelis. Once you see that, you say, oh, maybe I'm not wrong. Maybe I am still human. maybe that bullshit word anti-Semite was made up by and perpetuated by Satanists. They're actually hijacking Judaism and being called out for it by real Jews. Yeah, there's Yahweh Jews and there's bald Jews. I say bald Jews because they're actually less important than me wiping my fucking nuts with a free paper towel from Quick Trip. but I'd say it's about an equal thing. Where you got to killing a Satanist has got to be of a higher priority than wiping your balls. I mean, they're both important, but you got to admit we do one of them a hell of a lot more than the other. I mean, I hope you're drying your balls once in a while, even in between showers. But you feel me? You do you wipe your ass and balls when you piss? Sometimes you ever make sure your asshole's dry after you piss? Kind of weird to think about, but we sweat. We sweat back there, and we clench when we have to piss. We clench our ass too. So yeah, you got to check on that once in a while. So I'm one of those real motherfuckers. Kind of like this man you're about to hear. Wipe your ass when you piss. Wipe your dick too. You got to stand there for a while and dry the tip of your dick off for a while because it'll just keep dripping, dripping. like like a minute later, you feel a little wet spot in your pants. Like, what the fuck? I must have a long cock. Sure. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta hear that again. That song kicked in at the same time he was saying that. I need to know now. No, now. Can you love me again? We're so proud to be Americans.
So strong. Proud day for America. Back to Sunday night. Guest host Royce White. Belly the Beast, Minneapolis, Minnesota. To Last time. Around hockey. Hockey.
Yeah, he talks about how they were doing wall squats. Basketball team on one end of the wall and the hockey team on the other end. And one by one, the basketball guys shaking and wincing and yelling to themselves in pain a little bit, whatever it is, dropping. The basketball players just started dropping like flies. He said he was the last one there. He's his legs start shaking. He starts gritting his face, and he looks over at the hockey players, and they're all just cheerful, talking to each other, like laughing, but not necessarily laughing at the basketball guys, but kind of talking about what they're going to eat later. If they're going to go get a beer later that night or whatever. And so Royce starts talking about how hockey players are built different, at least in the legs.
Thanks for keeping us on the air. Do that. All right. So get some sleep, stay hydrated, take vitamins, say your prayers, and hit the gym, but do health. Now get out of us. Damn, that's crazy.
Breaking. Andrew Jennick had his hat stolen by a stranger, revealing his clapped bald hairline and exposing him as a fraud maxer. The hair was a lie. He was wearing a wig. Generational aura loss. No recovery possible. Bald mugged. Posted by Autism Capital. Clapped bald hair. Just clapped hairline. I thought that was hilarious. Seeing that people are calling stuff clapped. Like it's been busted on it. It's been shot. It's thrown the first blow. Because a clap back is you punching back, shooting back, making your rebuttal. So this he can't do much to his clapped hairline. His hairline didn't clap back. Dang.
Black trickster substance that slip water, cigarette vaccinations, and injections to dose entire populations of current term psychological torment like criminal anxiety, depression, hopelessness, or outright agitation. Tyrannical calling itself pushing for society, tyranny. Artichoke put hypnosis, sensory deprivation, gases, aerosols, oxygen deprivation, and
That wasn't girls doing Ring Around the Rosie or whatever. They didn't turn into stone, right? Those are statues. Those aren't girls that just turned into stone, are they? Surely. I need to know now. No, it must be a statue of. Oh yeah, I mean, I mean, what did we hit him with if it turned him into pillars of salt?
Order pushing worldwide attack artichoke put sensory deprivation, gases, aerosols, oxygen deprivation, and every psychological trick in the book to break and compel people to act against their own beliefs, committing crimes while unaware. They really dreamed of was sort of like a drug you could give to someone, get them to commit all sorts of unspeakable acts, and they don't remember what they've done. The American Intelligence Agency had paid for a series of brainwashing experiments under a project codenamed MK Ultra. The tests were conducted in secret in the United States and in Canada at a mental hospital attached to McGill University. Experimental drugs, including LSD, were administered to human guinea pigs. Regardless of the catch-all go-to moniker to explain away the possibility of this recent culture of mass shooters being connected to the CIA's MK Ultra program, it is obvious that the guns cannot murder anyone without a psychotic madman behind the trigger. So one cannot help but look to a possible motive, and every time these possible MK Ultra type shooters point the narrative towards themselves, it distracts from the government's corruption. The United States government has perfected a technological capability. At the same time, that capability at any time could be turned on. There would be no place to hide.
Your poison wore off, cartel. What the fuck are you gonna do now? Write my name in on the ticket for governor of Kansas.
Technological capacity that the government could enable it to surface classified files state's obsession with controlling thought never stopped. It just evolved exponentially. From artichokes covert labs to MK Ultra University projects, the propaganda, hypnosis, the chemtrails, water. The path tried the way to supercharge black pepper for impact. Each company delivers 125 milligrams of premium extract packed with curcumin. The clinical study compound shows to support healthy inflammation response. Other guys to try to help out the squad. So, it's going to be done for America. What do you celebrate? Here's
Yeah. Yeah, my partner, my peer. He's running for governor of Texas. Doc Chambers. Write his name in or fill in the bubble, whatever. He must already be on the ticket. I can't believe Trump's endorsing Abbott. Abbott's let 48 mosques get built in Texas in the past 2 years. Something's not quite right with that, folks. Vote for Doc Pete Chambers.
Florida. All these
You need 48 mosques in 2 years in one of our states? Whoa. Yeah. All these invaders think that if they can take Texas, they can take the country. So the communists want Texas. The Muslims want Texas. I think most of the Jews are in Florida. It seems like California and Florida have the best weather. California's probably the nicest state to live in most of the time. But I want to experience every state. I want to live for a little bit in every state. I mean, not that I'll be able to, but yeah, I at least want to go. I at least want to enjoy myself a little bit in every state. I've mainly just driven through them or flown over them, and not even all of them yet. I've never been to the southeast, if you will, of the country. Never been to the northwest. I've been northeast. I've been west. I've been south, and then in the middle. So I think I've been to about half of the states. Technically been to, or at least flown over. Been through the airspace of. I've only flown like once or twice. And I wasn't impressed. Like the first time I flew, it wasn't a letdown, but it was just neutral. It was mediocre medium because, you know, sardine can tube, seat doesn't recline. Really tremendous downgrade from airships where it's like a cruise ship in the air. You get up and walk around and get a bite to eat, go to the gym, go to the library, meet a chick and take her back to your room. That's the kind of life on an airship versus these sardine can tubes that we have shooting through the air. But yeah, I looked out the window, saw the clouds, and I was like, well, that's the exact same thing I see in movies and on TV. That was actually my thought. It was not a very, flourishing mindset, if you will. I was being a little bit of a downer on that vacation, but yeah, I looked out the window and yeah, I was up in the air. It was pretty cool. I mean, kind of the coolest thing is seeing all the different squares, different people's property, different properties or different colored squares from the air. But so that was kind of cool to see that in person. But oddly, even as we're flying through the clouds, I'm like, well, this isn't very impressive. It's kind of like driving through fog, and I've seen it on TV before. I don't know why I felt that, but probably because it wasn't an airship, and my DNA and my ancestors actually rode on airships, and I know we're missing them, as in they're supposed to be here, as in they're about to come back. Fuck the aircraft industry. When I'm governor, we're bringing airships back to coexist alongside with airplanes. So why were they shunned? Why did they disappear? Oh, because people started making them look like UFOs or something? What people do, make a saucer-shaped airship? All of a sudden we had to put it under wraps, or what? We're talking about.
Man, how they play. And they spiral on. There's a nice stuck in blood of humanity. No one knows when it started, but it's sure that is pedophile.
He's doing a show on the moon. These guys are in a glass dome.
Ourselves. But that, stop it. Stop it. I want to go to tonight. A couple days off. He's always spreading putting information out there for people. But he's going to go a couple days, try to get fully from his and today is his birthday.
Alex said, "You mean to tell me we don't need an 80,000 acre AI data center to use our brains? To power our brains? We just need a T-bone, a baked potato, and some water?" That was so good. We just need a T-bone, a baked potato, and some water? Not an 80,000 acre AI data center that sucks up all the water. We just need a glass of water.
About a month and a half. About a month. Epstein files. Put out. Piling on the tolerance level. The tolerance level. Running these people that are protecting them. So they are asking, why are you accepting money from this guy? Who's literally a co-conspirator for child trafficking. Files.
Where's Wexner?
We're moving on from that. Right.
Respected agencies like Rasmussen show that there is all
Where's Wexner?
concern and focus of the American people on the Epstein cover-up. It's now become a national crisis. The White House continues to gaslight. We're about to break it down right now. So the press secretary says that the White House and the administration want to move on from Epstein. Well, That's not what the polls show. It's at all-time record interest. It's been a giant story for a decade. Since he killed himself, it's been one of the top stories, and now it is exponentially off the charts, ladies and gentlemen. And people are searching Donald Trump at record levels in association with it. And what's crazy is I've studied the thing for 18 years, first broke, and it even came out in the Epstein documents that Trump was the one that got arrested 18 years ago. Epstein told Michael Wolff that Trump right on the books against him, that no, he never saw the girls or got the massages, that he hated Trump, and that he knew Trump had been the one that dropped a dime on him. So why is Trump saying move on from it? Because it embarrasses a bunch of mainly Democrats, but also like Ludwig, and Trump thinks it'll kill the economy if the horrible stuff in there ever comes out. And it's coming out anyways. So Trump was never part of it, but now by extension has made himself part.
I want to see Howard Lutnick hang from his neck until he's dead. I want to see his face while he's dying, while he's hanging. See if he still thinks he's better than anybody.
Here we go. We're going to expose that. We're going to, but the media are only focusing on Lutnick living next door and lying about going to the island, which should be looked at, and I think Lutnick should resign.
See if he still wants to profit off of our tariffs failing to pass in the phony Supreme Court. You know, he's the one that wrote that emergency powers tariffs bill, and he wrote it wrong. Part of why the Supreme Court didn't accept it is because it was written incorrectly. And guess who stands to profit when the tariffs get rejected, or any tariffs that have to be refunded? Howard Lutnick personally profits. What? So he wrote something that, in a way that he knew would make it fail, so that he could profit. That's treason. Lutnick needs to hang for that, and for being having advanced knowledge of the towers coming down that day, and so he didn't go to work. The only day he didn't go to work ever, right? He decided to try to be a dad that day. He tried to act like a dad that day instead of having the professional chauffeur take his kid to school. He did. So there's two. You can't hang him twice. Actually, you can. You can hang him until he's unconscious. Let him come back to. Hang him again until he thinks he's dying. Wake him back up and say, "Hey, this is your third time hanging today because of what you did." Hang him again. Wake him back up. You know what I mean? You just deteriorate more and more brain cells every time he goes unconscious, and say, "Okay, we're actually going to kill you this time, man," and then kill him.
Got cannabis and money laundering and trafficking and buying babies with top Democrats and Wexner that I've been exposing for 18 years, being his handler. No one is only he's not getting any coverage. So go after everybody that's guilty, but don't let the Democrat leadership sit there and focus.
See if he can muster a little gee whiz.
You see him on there, but still deserve to be covered. Anybody saying, "Hey, don't look at all this other certified hardcore insane stuff," only Trump and the cover-up are involved in the main cover-up of real crimes. The Justice Department is 100% covering this up. The Justice Department 100% cannot be trusted. what do you expect from Todd Blanche, a Democrat Party lawyer? And that buck stops with Trump. He's the one that put him in there. He's the one, killing all the indictments. And so at the end of the day, Trump.
He said, men who abuse these girls. What does that mean? It means women who abuse these boys. What the fuck do you think it means, dumbass?
Has himself to blame for this. It's really sad because Trump has done so much good on so many fronts, getting us out of the carbon tax, getting $20 trillion getting the economy around, cutting energy prices by 45%, finding half the 500,000 missing kids. He's like RFPs, going after the poison shots and pulling fluoride out and the dyes and the chemicals. I mean, it's paradoxically so wonderful over here. And then Trump is going on with the power structure just like he did with the government shots. It's really sad. So I'll celebrate it, but I'll fight the evil. As the numbers show from decimals out there and Mark Mitchell, America hasn't moved on. America is more concerned than ever. This is a major litmus test, and we're not going to be gaslit anymore, and we're not going to sleep. So Trump thinks we're going to move on. We're not. President Trump is going to destroy the country, destroy the West, and really destroy the world. This is causing the public uninformed, out of the dark, a lot of subjects doesn't pay attention. But on the Epstein case, they're informed. They're getting more informed in a minute. But the Democrats are directing all of it and making it all about you. And you have created that vacuum. You've created the climate to allow that to happen.
Exactly. And I'm sure that alleged FBI report probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So, from that. Reagan.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman shared by their wealth is untold. I know the records that I could find in Italy from. I've done most of my work on location. And I came across the family in Italy who were called the Fondi, meaning the people who had all the money. They were all men, the parties, the wealthy Gujarati's. These people are so wealthy that they would make David Rockefeller look like a fighter. That is how they are. And this is the community that runs the world. Now, in my book, the committee, I named one of them. This is not a book that talks about they. It gives specifics. And I must say, I do the same thing. Socialism, the revolutionary, which was 10 in researching. On July the 4th, George Washington told the Congress, it is necessary for us to impose tariffs to protect the manufacturing of our colonies. That was the first trade barrier. Now, let us dispose for once and for all with the words that planted on our minds like isolation or restricted trade. And you are against the United States of America did not trade on global trade. The United States of America. That part was pretty interesting.
The hard work
George Washington
manufacturing plants.
to protect business colonies. There you can find it on InfoWars Legends channel video. And I'm going to repost this on X right now, but you can find his book. Literally, it's on the CIA website. To that, so I'll put that out now. We got a whole bunch of shows. Got a bunch of guests coming up actually. And crazy times. Let's keep the pressure up on fighting. Be right back. We know what's going on in other states. California gave billions of dollars to improve Hamas. India, $1 trillion nationally. I appreciate that question. Don't ask that question. It goes to child trafficking. It goes to drugs. It goes to terrorism. And to purchase luxury items, homes. That's all funded by people that pay taxes. So that the electrician who goes to work every day clocks in, his butt off, and tries to earn just enough to be able to, make his rent, maybe have a kid or two, put food on the table. His tax money is being used to buy other people luxury items, cars, yachts, whatever else, and is going to fund terrorism, child trafficking. Yes, sir. $1 trillion on this stuff. $150 million an hour. $150 million an hour. How do they get their hands on it? What are we talking about here? Transnational organizations, criminal organizations. How do they get their hands on this money? They take advantage of antiquated government systems and processes. They go into programs that elected and appointed officials won't touch, and they can steal at scale. And what happened was during the pandemic between PPP loans and employment insurance, they learned a valuable lesson. Government never runs out of money, and the probability of getting caught is virtually zero. I have it at 0.1%. So, come back to the recommendations that you mentioned in your opening statement. What do we do to put a stop to this people's hard-earned money going overseas to finance child trafficking, luxury yachts? What needs to happen here? It's really simple. It's every single commercial sector front-end identity verification. Just don't get to say I am who I say I am. $115 million an hour. Second, certification of all the recipients. There is so much fraud right now in the benefit program all across the country. Now that's more than Floyd Money Mayweather. He said some people spend their whole lives trying to make $10 million. Or no, $100 million. That's right. Some people work their whole lives and they never make $100 million. Some people do it in 10 years. Others 6 months. Me, hour and a half. Third is the notion of a third-party independent audit, and finally is involving federal like the Secret Service to investigate. The thing that people don't understand is that most beneficiaries there's someone's identity in all 50 states. After that, a trillion. I've done the comparison before. You hear these big numbers so much, sort of nothing, that static noise. And it started when we heard that George Soros had donated $18 billion to basically
destroy America from the inside out. And I remember thinking, like, what does that even? What is 18 billion? What could you get with that? I didn't have AI at the time. I was doing it, by calculations by hand. Like, you could buy every castle in Europe that's for sale, thousands of them. You could buy every private island. You can buy stadiums and sports franchises, space programs. It's like you're still not even halfway to $14, $18 Now multiply that by 100 trillion, 1,000 billions. It's like, what? Can you fathom what is being stolen from us? When you hear $1 trillion stolen, it doesn't really connect with anything in your brain. How about they've stolen a million high schools, 10,000 top of the line hospitals, a billion libraries? Like, no idea what our country could be like if we were robbed relentlessly. And let's remember, we're just talking about the fraud. That's not even counting for the infinite amount of money that we give for welfare, which shouldn't be going to the people it's gone to, for the infinite amount of foreign aid that's going to just kill Russians on the other side of the world, or
They're patriots and they're invaders. But then you ask, well, what about a regular liberal commie Democrat? That's not an invader. Yes, they're offspring. And they're sympathizers. They're victims, I should say, if they came up in their public school. So, I mean, public school's just gotten worse and worse. It wasn't as bad when I was a little kid. It was actually really cool. School was awesome. School used to be awesome. Fuck, my elementary school, Frederick Funston, before it was demolished and turned into a quick trip. It was amazing. It was everything. And I drive by one day and they're tearing it down. It's fucking demolished. My elementary school that I wanted to buy someday. When, though, right? When do I think I could do that? Missed the boat on that one. But it was still a beautiful time, and life is still beautiful now. It can be. I mean, it is. There's a giant movement of love and freedom that they don't want you to see. By they, I mean foreign enemy invaders and their offspring and their victims. And then there's and then there are employers and employees, which really both also fit into the either freedom loving patriot category or foreign enemy invaders and their offspring and victims category. So even the employees and the employers can be put into those two categories. There's not Democrats and Republicans. There are freedom loving American patriots, and then there are foreign enemy invaders and their offspring and victims. So our children can become their victims, actually. And then by role, our kids can become their offspring. Isn't that fucked up? So it's not Republicans and Democrats. But when you see the truth, you can kind of see that the very few real people in office outside of the fully paid off professional actors, there's definitely more of them on the right. There's more regular Americans on the right, obviously. I mean, the left or the Democrats are not just foreign enemy invader offspring. They're they're so gung ho about it. They're looking for extra paychecks and to fuck us. But some Republicans are like that too. That's why it's really the uniparty. It's all one party. Democrats and Republicans are all one party. I'm unaffiliated. If you couldn't tell by my rhetoric. I'm looking to hang me some Democrats and Republicans. Mainly Democrats. But I'm objective. I'm unaffiliated. I'm an American. I was born right here in Wichita, Kansas. So were my parents. One of my grandmas was born in Missouri, just one state over. And then my other grandparents were I believe all born in Kansas. So I'm multi-generation. I'm actually infinitely unknown generations Kansan because I'm part Cherokee as well. So my non-white ancestors have always been here, and my white ones have been here for dozens of generations. I can only imagine, but at least a dozen, right? That kind of goes back to the founding of the country. Depends on how you want to define a generation, but because it's like President Trump said at the State of the Union, only 100 years separates some of us from our founders, because we have 100-year-olds. So you take when they were a kid, just 100 years before that, you got George Washington and Thomas Jefferson walking around. That's fucking amazing, isn't it? He just gave Melania just put a Medal of Honor on a 100-year-old. Who took out 4 Russian fighter pilots, damaged the others, took 250 rounds into his own plane, and flew like 200 more missions. Some before, some after that, I'm sure. And then never even told anybody about what he'd done. His wife didn't even know. Trump said for 50 years it was a secret. But today, and then the other Medal of Honor winner, pretty much got it for the mission we just did in Venezuela. We had 0 people lost and 0 equipment lost, but we did have some casualty. which was the helicopter pilot that went into Maduro's camp. That drops the bird right down. That hovered the helo over his house, basically. His legs got shot up. The only rounds the Cuban security guards did get off ended up going into the pilot's legs. And blood filled the whole floor of the helicopter. Ran back to the other guys. And he kept working, he kept working, he kept working. Until he told his co-pilot, I'm about to pass out. And he's still recovering. Good looking motherfucker, I'll tell you that. That's one fucking big bad dude, man. And of course, the Democrats stood and clapped for the 100-year-old veteran that killed Russians. Fucking spineless cowards. That's the only thing they fucking stood and clapped for. Some of those anchor baby Congress people. Some of our foreign enemy invaders that happen to be in office. Oh, he existed before our false left-right paradigm and uniparty. And he killed Russians. Yay! Yeah, right. Russia is the most Christian nation on this planet, quite possibly. Satanism is illegal. When I'm governor of Kansas, it's going to be kind of like Russia in that Satanism will be illegal. Day one is banned from the Capitol. Your fixtures getting removed. Day one, via executive order. It will not need a vote. In fact, any Congress people that support Satanism, they're getting fucking executed. I might just pull a Bukele. You know what the fuck I'm saying? Anybody even thought about being gang affiliated is going to fucking prison. Our streets are going to be safe. And you're also going to, the law enforcement's going to stop bothering Christian patriots for little traffic violations and shit, for not paying somebody else to operate their own property, unconstitutional mandatory car insurance. I already said we're swapping the mandatory car insurance for the mandatory gun. Look up the 1790 mandate issued by George Washington in the first Congress. It might do you some